Part 44. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 431. Boom. The wind roared like an angry dragon, with endless tyranny, wantonly destroying the whole world. The dark clouds seemed to rise from hell, covering the sky and the sun, attracting countless silver snakes of lightning, and interweaving with the tornado rising from the ground to form a thrilling doomsday picture. The thunder roared, the sky and the earth trembled, and the wind raged down. The earth was in a mess, and the smell of scorched earth lingered. Wayne stood in the dark barrier, looking up at this strange space. The barrier was set by Anastasia, who found her body and embarked on the path of void evolution. The realm of cultivation that had stagnated for many years was steadily moving forward. In addition, with the precipitation of her state of mind, she had touched the bottleneck of demigod. The barrier she set up was enough to resist the invasion of lightning and storms. This world seems to be like the gray space. Wayne thought of the world inside the obelisk, which was very similar in appearance, but different in nature, and was a little elusive for a while. It is a false kingdom of God, also known as the realm of God, Idenus suggested. There are fake kingdoms of God. Wayne was surprised and puzzled. Only gods can establish kingdoms of God. What does a false kingdom of God mean? Fake gods. The gods are also gods, but they are not real gods. They rely on faith to establish their own realm of God, Idenus explained. That's right, that's the truth. Wayne nodded. His thinking fell into a misunderstanding and he forgot about it. According to the records in the Hell Classics and other ancient books, the 7 devils of hell have their own kingdom of God, and the dragons also have their own dragon kingdom. But these are not real kingdoms of God. They are formed by the life domain of demigods and solidified by faith. Demigods who can do this have almost stepped into the realm of God. The only thing left to become a real god is to ignite the divine fire. Demigod is a very vague realm. Some demigods forge the divine domain with their powerful foundation, while some demigods use faith to cheat and become a mere facade. At this time, they are qualified to be called gods, but they are not real gods. Speaking of this, Idnes glanced at Sologia. The sky goddess is just a mere facade. She forged the divine domain through faith, holding the fluke idea of reaching the sky in one step, but was beaten into slag because of her vulnerability. The lessons of the predecessors are in front of her. The sky goddess desperately warned her peers that if you can do it, you can do it, and if you can't do it, you can't do it. In the end, you can only be unlucky if you swell up your face and pretend to be fat. Sorogia didn't notice Idnes's eyes and said to Wayne, "Boss, the Lord of Storm and Thunder is reshaping his divine domain. I can feel that the entrance to the divine domain is above. I can kill him if I rush in." Then, "You haven't found the entrance for 3 months?" Wayne looked at Sologia with pity. The latter had just said that she could sense the Lord of Storm and Thunder, and vice versa, the Lord of Storm and Thunder could also sense her. The two were crowded on the same road, and no one could hide anything from the other. Is it possible that the Lord of Storm and Thunder saw Sologia and deliberately led her down a crooked path? Wayne felt sorry for the honest man and didn't want to embarrass her by pointing it out. He just stared at Sologia, hoping that she would react. Sologia was full of question marks and didn't understand what Wayne meant. She touched her face and wiped the ashes clean, so it wasn't dirty. Puff. Idnes chuckled, "Stupid, you can see the other party, and the other party can see you. In my opinion, it is clear that the other party predicted your prediction and deliberately pointed you down a crooked path." Because it was Idnes, the ridicule was full, and the good words coming out of her mouth became very unpleasant. Sologia sneered and immediately retorted, "I am the goddess of the sky. Thunder and storms are under my control. Can you deceive me? Lightning and storms are too professional. Idenus is a dark person. Don't pretend to know what you don't know." As they said, the two goddesses quarreled again. Idonis still used the same trick, first arousing hatred and then provoking her. This trick worked every time and played Sologia in the palm of her hand. The latter was furious and made several more bets. In this way, Idonis could put her in Wayne's bed 9 times a night. Wayne didn't say anything. Sologia was a good mule and horse. She said that she would never have second thoughts when she became a dependent. In terms of loyalty, she was comparable to Aben. Considering that Aben was a bitch and Sologia was a goddess, Wayne liked her even more. You can't find another mule and horse like this with a lantern. The only shortcoming was that Sologia was too stupid. It was easy to suffer if no one was watching. Wayne hopes that the dean will give him a good lesson. He doesn't ask for enlightenment, but only for learning from his mistakes and not making the same mistake twice. The two women are still arguing. Wayne looks down at the ground below. If the path above doesn't work, go below. It is very likely that the passage to the kingdom of God is below. I heard that the gods are invincible in their own kingdom of God. Is there such a saying? Wayne looked at the two goddesses, or more precisely, at Idonis. There is such a saying, but it is not absolute. It depends on the specific situation. For example, Sologia, who is beside me, was defeated by a powerful enemy in her kingdom of God, and even her own laws were taken away, Idonis said ambiguously. Sologia felt ashamed and hurriedly said, "Boss, my situation was different at that time. There were not many cases to learn from, so I made a big mistake. I am really good, not as incompetent as she said. The first mover has an advantage, which can quickly occupy a monopoly position and maintain a competitive advantage." Soloxia took the lead, changed her title, and was promoted from the atmospheric manipulator to the goddess of the sky, and asked Idonis, the then star plague, to be her younger sister. There are advantages and disadvantages. The first mover has no experience to refer to, and is prone to tripping minds, becoming a negative example for later generations to learn from. Idonis was promoted from the star plague to the dark goddess, and Solosia went from being the leader to Wayne's younger sister. It can be seen that the road to becoming a god is not absolute, and stability is the key. Solosia continued, "Boss, the Lord of Storms and Thunder was wiped out by you. He is no longer a god now, and the so-called kingdom of God is only in the reshaping stage, which is very similar to my situation at the time. You don't need to take action, I can solve him myself." "I don't plan to take action, this is your assessment." Wayne first affirmed Solosia's attitude, and then said, "For internal assessment, I have my own scoring mechanism. You have been trapped here for 3 months. It is difficult for me to give you a high score for the item of wisdom." Soloxia lowered her head when she heard it. Divine and mental confusion. "Don't panic, this is also a plus point." Wayne is skilled in playing PU, fooling Soloxia's mood from gloomy to cloudy, and then said, "Skip this test, I'll give you a hint, if you can't go up, go down, the entrance to the kingdom of God is where you haven't seen it." "Where is it?" Soloxia looked around, she didn't want to question her faith, but she still felt that the sky was more reliable. "Thunder and storm are destined to be high above." "Stupid, it's right in front of you, open your eyes and see clearly, this is your kingdom of God." Idonis pointed at Wayne, with a strong purpose, and almost broke the entrance to the kingdom of God in the philtrum. It's hard to say whether it is the kingdom of God, but it is definitely the entrance to heaven. She doesn't understand it very well, and Soloxia needs to grasp it herself. Idonis's mouth curled up, and she kept smiling. Wayne was too lazy to pay attention to her and pointed to the ground. "Soloxia, the entrance is under your feet, use your lightning spear to penetrate it." Soloxia has 2 artifacts on her body, the excellent praise, lightning spear, and the immortal treasure, hurricane armor. At first glance, they sound very powerful, but the quality is far inferior to the artifacts of God's choice. The internal information law is limited, and the goddesses are far behind. Because of this long section, the artifact was retained, and there was no sensational drama of 3 resignations and 3 concessions, and the master and servant were humble. He, what did I say just now? The enemy predicted your prediction and pointed you to a crooked path. Idnis smiled. It seems that I won the bet just now. Remember to accompany Wayne tonight. Whatever he asks you to do, you have to do it. I'll accompany you. As long as the boss is happy, I can do anything. Saloxia snorted coldly, not afraid at all. It is clear that Faith is not that kind of person. Don't think of scaring her with the same tricks again. Idnis curled her lips and secretly said that it was boring. If Wayne had played his true colors and showed the noble style of his family, she would have been happy with this trick. But Wayne didn't. He couldn't bear to bully an honest man, so he really used Saloxia as his subordinate. Boring.jpg. Saloxia held a spear in her hand, summoning a thunderstorm to roar around her. In a scorching white light, the white pillar of falling lightning bombarded the earth, shaking the sky and trembling, and the scorched earth turned into ash. The large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was filled with black smoke, and the electric arc at the bottom of the pit was jumping, weaving into a vein pattern like a magic circle. The boss really didn't lie to me. Saloxia was delighted, thinking that her old enemy was below. She asked for instructions and jumped into the big pit with a spear in her hand. The electric arc traveled all over Saloxia's body, but failed to cause any harm to her, and the defensiveness of the band did not show up, so she was put in directly. The god of storm and thunder once took away the information law of the sky goddess. After the failure of the War of Faith, the law was scattered in various obelisks, and the sky goddess got 4 of them. After going back and forth, the laws mastered by the two were almost the same. With hatred full, both blocked each other's way. Only one can survive today. Let's go in 2. Wayne held Anastasia's slender waist, cut the thunder with his fingertips, and jumped into the pit. Idnis frowned slightly. You care about Anastasia, and take special care of Saloxia, but ignore me. You are not training me. Interesting, play with you. Idnis stepped into the thunder restriction, the dark light spread, and easily tore a black cavity. The body sank and arrived at the kingdom of God below the realm of storm and thunder. Boom. In the realm of storm and thunder, the wind and lightning jointly composed a majestic and magnificent movement. Here, the wind is no longer a raging beast. It roars across the sky, blowing across every inch of land in the kingdom of God, bringing endless power and vitality, and is a majestic messenger. Lightning is no longer a thug who does not know how to restrain himself. The low roar is like the roar of the gods, representing punishment and anger, implying that the power of God cannot be violated. A new world appeared in front of Wayne, with high mountains and plains, and hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The wind raised huge waves, and the thunder broke through the sky. The two echoed together, baptizing the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas with vitality. At the edge of the world, a large number of 4 elements rushed, entangled in one place and transformed into 4-color light. In the continuous roar of lightning, the 4 elements were transformed from energy into matter, forming part of the material world, and slowly broadening the concept of the world. Wayne Wangji was greatly inspired, suppressed the greedy book, recorded the earth-shaking world in his mind, and memorized it firmly in his mind. This homework is good, I will copy it down first, maybe I can use it in the future. In every corner of the new world, obelisks stand, the spires point to the sky, thunder strikes and storms surround, decomposing the obelisks that record information, turning them into information and 4 elements to fill the blank areas. Wayne Wangji nodded. The simple and crude operation can be understood as the boss secretly transferring assets before the company went bankrupt, avoiding the workers who were collecting debts, and starting a new business to create glory again. He looked at Idnis behind him curiously, who defeated the Lord of Storm and Thunder? Why didn't you kill him completely? You defeated him. Idnis blinked. Have you forgotten? In order to fulfill your promise, you erased the existence of the god of storm and thunder with your mind. He became what he is now after closing and opening his eyes again and again. Tisk, you know too much. Wayne snorted. This mouth of his will come in handy sooner or later. Just looking at the scale of the god's domain, the Lord of Storm and Thunder has already awakened. When a country is about to perish, there will be evil spirits. When the world is about to be in chaos, there will be evil demons. If he didn't wake up early or late, and happened to wake up at the critical moment of the World War, Wayne didn't believe that there was no conspiracy. Wayne was worried, fearing that the World War would become a world-destroying war, and he swept his eyes and took in the obelisks one by one. He remembered clearly that the obelisks were scattered all over the world and were not concentrated in one place. The sleeping Lord of Storm and Thunder has no ability to collect, let alone awaken and spread the doctrine. Such a large number is not a one-day job. Obviously someone has awakened this dead god. Wayne narrowed his eyes. The great sage of the Dark Church, whom he had never met, was him if he was right. What's the purpose? He didn't want to go to the Dark Kingdom to flatter Idunus, nor did he want to jump to hell, nor did he want to step into the dangerous void, so he took the old path of storm and thunder? It's not impossible, but if the Lord of Storm and Thunder is awakened, wouldn't the great sage himself have no chance? Is it a failure? Wayne still has a few doubts in his mind, such as Wei Zi's death. The former Dark Knight can make Delane unhappy. His strength is unquestionable. The great sage can never be her opponent. And the situation at the scene of the crime was still a one-shot kill. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Lord of Storm and Thunder left a backup plan for himself, and after waking up, he found the great sage, who was just a puppet. Wise was killed by the Lord of Storm and Thunder. There are too many doubts to draw a conclusion immediately. Wayne looked at Idnis and wanted to test it. He estimated that he would lose his memory if he asked, so he simply did not ask. Instead, he said, "The Dark Church has problems. You want to use my hand to sort out the church, right?" Anastasia was slightly startled, and then looked at the leader in front. As a saint, although she had been wandering outside for a long time, she trusted the church leaders very much, and there could be no problems with her faith. Except that they were collectively cursed and forced to change their beliefs. How can there be problems with the church? They are all pious and excellent people. I am very satisfied with them, Idnis said with a smile. Wayne did not ask the result and said no more. On the other side, the immortal treasure on Saloxia's body opened up the storm wings, and shuttled over the divine domain at high speed, plundering the information on the obelisk, while waving the spear of excellence, causing thunder to destroy the divine domain again and again. Seth. Saloxia called out the name of her old enemy, and the sound waves rolled and whistled, spreading throughout the world. The effect was average. Seth, the god of storm and thunder, closed the door and did not see her. I don't know if he was afraid or dozing off, and he never responded. Saloxia plundered for a while, unable to continue to draw information laws, and angrily set off a thunderstorm to cause destruction, fanning the flames on various physical levels. Seth. Don't hide and keep silent, I know you are here, you have the ability to rob the law, you have the ability to open the door. The old enemy closed the door. Saloxia was furious. Wayne was waiting to watch the second duel after thousands of years, and decided to help her and wake up the sleeping Lord of Storm and Thunder. He closed his eyes and released the suppression of the Book of Greed. Hundreds of illusory tentacles spread out in all directions with him as the center, covering the sky and the sun, as if they were going to swallow up the whole world like a glutton. Wayne is not a demigod, but he has this appetite. Wherever the invisible tentacles passed, the obelisk seemed to be weathered, and the golden sand gathered into a dragon, rushing towards Wayne from all directions. Almost at the same time, the four-color ocean around the world stopped the trend of filling the world. The fire elements turned their heads and rushed towards Wayne with a roar, leading the charge and calling on brothers and sisters to join. Fire element, come with me, I found the organization. Water element, can you do it? He doesn't look like a good person. Fire element, if you talk nonsense again, I will burn you to death. The four-color oceans gather golden sands, rendering a colorful grand curtain in the sky, and all of them flow into Wayne's body through the veins of tentacles. Idnis narrowed her eyes slightly. That's it, this is Wayne's biggest secret. Information can be plundered, but it must be based on understanding, otherwise indigestion will cause backlash. Wayne's situation is just the opposite, he eats first and then understands. Even if he has indigestion, he will not feel nauseous. This is outrageous. The Dark Goddess had seen all kinds of scenes. Even though she had guessed before, she was still a little surprised when she saw it with her own eyes. She had indeed never seen the scene before. Her eyes turned dark, staring at Wayne's back, her sight penetrated through the layers of space, and in a dark and dim universe, she saw a huge magic eye. It could no longer be called a dark and dim universe. The Dark Goddess revisited the old place and found that this universe was chaotic and pale. Only the periphery of the universe was still dark, and the rest was filled with pale mist. Upon closer inspection, the water droplets in the mist were white foam, and the four elements were sufficient and multiplied at an astonishing speed. The big eyeballs stared at her, and the Dark Goddess retracted her sight in time. Idnis looked at Wayne's back quietly. Pure void life, with the potential of the ancient god level, it was more like taking back everything that was originally there than evolving. This was obviously impossible. The ancient gods would not fall, and it was even more impossible for them to reincarnate as humans. What was going on? Boom! A thunderclap interrupted Idnis's thoughts. She looked sideways and saw dark clouds stirring up the vortex. A tall figure slowly descended. A giant god as majestic as a mountain, with his back against the sea of thunder, stood on the top of the storm. His body was majestic and his limbs were strong and powerful, as if forged by wind and thunder. Every inch of his skin exuded a metallic luster. A casual step was accompanied by the trembling of the earth and the roar of thunder. God of storm and thunder, Set. The manifestation of evolution is a giant. Set is more than 10 meters tall, with long golden hair dancing without wind. He was bare-chested, with a broad chest and muscles undulating like mountains. Mysterious runes were engraved on every inch of his metal-hard skin. Behind him, the thunder robe turned into a pair of wings covered with lightning patterns, the crown of glory. In his hand, the storm axe rolled up the wind and waves, the hunting blade. Set, crown of glory, thunder robe, hunting blade, storm axe. Sologia, excellent praise, lightning spear, immortal treasure, hurricane armor. The two have the same law information, but their understanding and use of the information are different, resulting in very different artifacts. Sarogia. Although Set is older, he looks like a handsome man. Looking at his old rival, he frowned and said, "You, a dead fish, can actually turn over. You have become smarter." Set pointed out Sologia's biggest weakness in one sentence. He has talent and ability, but he has a hot temper and is easy to trust others. He is not a qualified opponent. Compared with Sologia, Set cares more about Wayne. He imposed restrictions on the god's domain, but Wayne ignored the restrictions and plundered his laws and the foundation of the world from a fundamental level. The law is secondary, it can only be regarded as a copy. The foundation of the world is the four elements. This thing is not easy to collect. Set does not have much inventory. The establishment of the god's domain depends entirely on the fire in the warehouse of the Dark Church. How can Wayne be allowed to mess around? Set regarded Wayne as his number one target. He took a big step forward, holding the hunting blade and coming in front of Wayne. The storm axe was surrounded by boundless wind and waves, twisting the space and slashing down. Idnes was frightened and fell into Wayne's arms, crying for protection. Boom! Lightning flashed, and Set was blown away by the blazing white light, and fell heavily to the ground of the divine domain, raising dust waves and soaring into the sky. Selaxia waved slightly, and the spear turned into electricity and flew back to her hand. She looked at her nemesis below with cold eyes, and sent a telepathic message to apologize for Wayne's fright, and then turned into a hurricane and rushed down. Rumble and rumble, the earth and the sky shook, wind and thunder went hand in hand, lightning and hurricanes entangled and collided, and two figures that were too fast to be captured by the naked eye fought in one place. Wayne pushed away the tea-art goddess in his arms, hugged Anastasia's slender waist, and entrusted his heart full of security to her. As I said before, there is a saint of the Dark Church, who needs a goddess of the Dark Church. Roar, roar, roar. The wind roared with the power of a dragon's roar. Set chopped off Selaxia, who was blocking his way with an axe, and said with fire in his eyes, "Crazy woman, if you die, I will die too. We are both losers in the war of faith. Hatred can be temporarily put aside. The newcomer is the strong enemy. The law is controlled by him, and we have no future. I have found the future." Selaxia's eyes turned pale, and her body slowly expanded, turning into a faceless man with a height of 10 meters. The body with smooth lines is extremely elegant and beautiful. Just looking at the silhouette, it is almost impeccable, which can be called wow. It's not good to look at the front face. The face is covered with pale wrinkles and veins, like layers of hyperplastic tissue. Behind the head, the long hair turned into a bunch of tentacles that need not dance, draped over the shoulders, and the long hair reached the waist. The excellence praise gift and the immortal treasure armor were enlarged simultaneously and worn together. The strange appearance made Set dumbfounded. "Selaxia, you actually took the root of the void, are you crazy? What about the elves you pursue?" Selaxia's faceless face was split by a white line, and there was a lot of white foam connecting the upper and lower lips on the creepy mouth, like a suture line. "The elves can't make me a god, but the void can. I have dedicated everything to the great master, and he will guide me in the direction of progress." Set was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. "You became a slave to someone, good, good, it's worth it for me to sleep for so many years, and it's worth it to be able to appreciate your fallen appearance. Stupid, you died recently. Crazy woman, are you so stupid that you can't even remember the time?" Seth sneered, "Not long after I defeated you, I died in the war of faith, defeated by heaven, do you understand? So that's how it is, the master arranged it this way." Selaxia nodded secretly, feeling quite touched. Faith did not reveal the truth of Seth's death, but modified her memory to make her think that she was defeated in the war of faith. This operation was only to give her a fair fight and a chance to wash away the humiliation of defeat. Touched.jpg. Idnes. Not good. She overestimated Selaxia, the idiot believed it. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 432. The wind howled, the thunder intertwined, and the catastrophe descended upon the newly born god's domain. Between the intersection of boundless thunder and hurricane, two afterimages were connected into a piece, and every time they collided, a thunderous roar broke out. The violent energy vortex raged down, first from east to west, and then from south to north, destroying the god's domain in a mess. The earth was torn into a hole, and the mountains collapsed under the impact of this force, boulders rolled down, and smoke and dust rose. The ocean in the distance was a scene of surging waves, and the mighty tsunami accompanied the hurricane and hit and washed away again and again. At the edge of the battlefield, Wayne took a deep breath. Selaxia had something to fight, and he had something to earn. After the matter was accomplished, it was divided into 30% and 70%. He stood to take 70%, and Saloxia knelt to sacrifice the remaining 30% to faith. Everyone had a bright future. What a boring battle, barbaric, no beauty at all, worthy of being the original primitive god. Their grasp of the law is still at the primitive level, Idnis said while looking at the nails. You can't say that. There is a kind of beauty of strength in a powerful brick flying. At least the visual effect is spectacular. Wayne proved for Saloxia, you see, she has an advantage in weapons and life essence. As long as she catches him by surprise, she will be able to defeat Set. What about Set? No weakness has been seen so far. He has been sleeping for too long and his mind is stuck. It won't take long. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly. As the battle escalated, he gradually saw through Set's state. He did not reincarnate into a human body, but used his mind to shape the elemental body of storm and thunder. This is different from Saloxia's previous investigation. It is not ruled out that Set's strength has risen sharply, and the flesh of ordinary humans cannot keep up with his mind, so he abandoned it. The possibility is not high. Hizayunyo was reincarnated as Mona, and was bullied by Mona and Wayne together. He never thought of leaving the body full of positive energy. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he can't. This is the body that suits her best. She is Mona, and Mona is her. Only complete fusion can't be separated at all. By the same token, Set has no reason to abandon his reincarnated body, unless his reincarnation is another way, taking over another body. Wayne thought of the Great Sage. In terms of the combat power shown by Set, the Great Sage is obviously the one being used. Once Set returns strongly, the Great Sage will be forced to vacate his position and give his body to Set. Then, Set used the identity of the Great Sage to falsely spread the oracle of the goddess, occupied the magpie's nest, turned the Dark Church into the Wind and Thunder Hall, and took away the Dark Goddess's believers in the world. The Dark Goddess sent Wise to stop it, but was defeated by Set and killed instantly. While observing secretly, she waited for the next dark night to awaken. The idea is right, but it doesn't fit the personality of the Dark Goddess. Wayne glanced at the pretentious Idnis next to him. The Dean of Teaching is very deep. He hasn't figured out what kind of personality she has yet. He only knows that the other party's personality is very contradictory. Among all the goddesses, the Dark Goddess is most concerned about the safety of the chosen continent. She asked Anastasia to convey the oracle and execute it. A team of dark elves was stationed in the frozen continent. Before the Dark Knight awakened, Anastasia temporarily replaced him. It was not until the latter could not hold on that she urged Austin to mature as soon as possible. Wayne always felt that the Dark Goddess had such excellent saints, popes, and disciples, and should follow the example of the upper and lower levels. It was the people below who were influenced by the faith. As a result, this woman is really a coquettish thing. The goddess is so black, and the people below have no reason to whiten her. The biggest possibility is that the Dark Goddess has two sides. The saint who represents good, the knight who represents evil, brings bright good to believers, and brings evil of destruction to pagans. The combination of the two is God. Wayne shook his head. This is the speech recorded in the church scriptures. It is the brain supplement of believers. They should not be misled by these wrong knowledge. The Dark Goddess is a bad woman. She did not bring bright good to believers, but only sent them to have fun. The Dark Church is white because it is self-reliant and has broken away from vulgar tastes. It has nothing to do with the Dark Goddess. But then again, without the permission of the Dark Goddess, the church would not be in vain. Wayne was caught in a logical contradiction and could not justify himself. He suddenly woke up. Oh no, he became curious about the Dark Goddess. He shook his head to dispel all his fantasies, locked his mind on Saloxia, descended into her body, stuffed the copied information law into her, and added a new buff to her. No matter what the Dark Goddess's purpose is, the Dark Church must be stable, and the laws of storm and thunder must belong to Saloxia. This battle has lasted too long, it's time to end it. Saloxia, feel this power, you have already surpassed Set, he is not your opponent. Saloxia heard Wayne's voice in her ear, and an indescribable strange power surged into her body. Her body stagnated, and Set swung the hunting blade in the air and knocked her down, and a big pit was smashed after falling to the ground. White foam splashed, Saloxia twisted her limbs and lay on her back at the bottom of the pit, unable to stand up for a long time. Saloxia, you are as vulnerable as you were back then. Set looked down from above and said a few words of contempt. At this moment, Saloxia's body floated up, and her twisted body returned to normal. On her faceless face, a vertical line tore open, and an eyeball opened. Buzz buzz buzz. Endless whispers surged out in an instant, entangled and complicated, causing Set's mind to fall into a state of rigidity. Void. Heaven. A large amount of incomprehensible information filled Set's mind, causing his thinking to stagnate. He could not move and could only watch Saloxia approach with a spear. The tip of the lightning spear pierced Set's body, and lightning burst out, offering him the most outstanding tribute. Set's steel-cast body turned into fragile porcelain, storms and thunder gushed out of the wound, and the whole person was shrinking like a balloon. The divine domain roared and shook, the wind howled, and the thunder beam shot down, as if offering a elegy for Set. Set's mind was in a daze, and his eyes were pale. He could not see anything and could not sense anything. He just stood in the air, letting Saloxia swing his spear in and out 7 times, and his broken body shrank rapidly. Saloxia shrank his body synchronously, and the spear weaved a thunder grid, bombarding Set to pieces, erasing his mind bit by bit in the simplest and crudest way. Boom! In the sky, a lightning bolt struck down from the vortex of clouds. Unlike other thunderbolts, this flash was as black as ink, condensing the purest darkness. The lightning swept away Saloxia, wrapped Set in it, and hit it heavily to the ground, making its mind merge into the divine domain and resonate with all the obelisks to become a whole. Saloxia was very surprised. Seeing that his old enemy was about to die, why did this happen suddenly? When he was in doubt, he asked Wayne, Faith, is the test too strong? Wayne nodded. Saloxia was going smoothly, breeding arrogance of extravagance and debauchery. He couldn't stand it, and his axe was increasing the difficulty of the test. It's true. I was a little proud and indulgent just now. Saloxia nodded secretly, leaned over and rushed to the ground, picked up the nearest obelisk, looked for Set's hidden thoughts, caught them and wiped them out one by one. This is an extremely huge and boring project, which will not be completed in 3 to 5 months. Saloxia knew the purpose of the test, and her faith was honing her patience. The test would not be truly over until she tasted the hard-earned victory after the bitterness. Touched.jpg. Thinking of this, Saloxia was full of energy. Wayne, seeing Saloxia's thoughts, was also full of energy. The sky goddess was too honest, and he felt guilty every time he fooled her. If it was the bad woman Idonis, Wayne would not only not feel guilty, but also increase his efforts. He raised his hand to cover his face and said to the side, What's going on, where does the darkness come from? Idonis blinked and looked at Anastasia beside Wayne. I'm asking you, where does the darkness come from? Speak up. Anastasia. Goddess of darkness, do you want to listen to what you are saying? I'm asking you, where does the darkness come from? Wayne stood in front of Bayu Egwang, not wanting to see her suffer any injustice. Seth is definitely not the mastermind. Like Saloxia, he is just an old god with a rigid mindset. From his awakening to the gathering of the obelisks, everything was guided by darkness. Wayne stared at Idnes. He was very careful when he stood up and kicked, fearing that he would not be able to grasp the right measure when he was making trouble. He himself was reluctant, so how could he allow Idnes to bully Anastasia? Just pamper her, you are so biased. Idnis complained like she was jealous, dissatisfied. How do I know where the darkness comes from? I am not the real goddess of darkness. I am just your follower. In my opinion, this is the Rashi Federation. It is clearly the dark church that is making trouble. Goddess, the dark church does not have this ability, Anastasia hurriedly explained. What do you, a saint, know about the dark church? I am the goddess of darkness, Idnis said. Now you are the goddess of darkness again, your bottom line is really flexible. Wayne complained, and seeing Anastasia still wanted to explain, he shook his head slightly. The goddess said that there is a problem with the church, and the church must have a problem. Be good, tell me about the great sage, how much do you know about him? The great sage Cain's loyalty to the darkness is higher than me and the Pope, he can't be a traitor. Anastasia said firmly that if it was just to manipulate Set's rebirth, it would not matter if Cain participated in the case, but it involved the death of the former Dark Knight Wise, and the crime would be serious. Don't be too decisive, do you dare to make a bet with me, Idnis suggested. Anastasia didn't say anything. Except Wayne, she had never seen Idnis lose to anyone. The lesson of Sologia was still in front of her, and she began to think about the possibility that Cain was the mastermind behind the scenes. Facts and reasoning, the possibility is very small. It's not that Anastasia looks down on Cain. From a realistic perspective, Cain has no ability to control Set. The legendary wizard controls the demigod. Cain is not Wayne, so he doesn't have the ability to know. Let's go to the dark church. We'll know if it's him if we slap him. Wayne patted his butt and sent a telepathic message to Sologia, asking her to take the exam well and he would check the progress bar later. Just in case, he gave Sologia a buff before leaving. The dark church headquarters, the meeting hall. The church headquarters is very lively today. First, the natural church delegation arrived. As the high priest of the oracle, Wayne defeated Anton in seconds, leaving the latter helpless. The high-level officials of the dark church were ashamed and blamed Anton for his poor performance. Anton felt very wronged. The pretty boy was a powerful person, and anyone who came would lose. He couldn't bear the blame alone. Just when a group of people were noisy, the great sage Cain, who was holding back the mold in the sages' hall, arrived and invited everyone to go to the meeting hall. He also called Pope Ivan and said that the newly obtained oracle, the church's top brass, there are traitors. What kind of oracle? Cain didn't say anything, and had to wait until everyone was gathered before speaking. The headquarters of the dark church has three great leaders: the Pope, who is responsible for internal affairs, the saint who conveys the goddess's oracle, and the great sage who translates the oracle from God. The status of the three of them is equal. Saint Anastasia is too outstanding. With her reputation in the church, she is slightly ahead of the Pope and the great sage. Pope Ivan doesn't care, Anastasia is his daughter, it's not too late to be happy. The great sage's position was rather awkward. He faced the father and daughter who were overwhelming each other. If they didn't confront each other, they would act as a sounding board for them, so he had no choice but to stand opposite them. Face to face, the relationship with Ivan became tense. Cain, what's so important that we have to talk about now? Ivan arrived at the meeting hall, still angry at Wayne for borrowing the philosopher's stone and not returning it. After sitting down, he looked at the confused room and frowned. Your Holiness, we have a traitor in this conference room. Cain stood up and said. XN. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then whispered among themselves. It is unlikely that they are traitors. They are all members of our own family and have been together for many years. There is still a bit of trust. I suspect that the great sage was overwhelmed by the Pope and used the oracle to regain some ground. Cain, who is the traitor? You. In the middle of Ivan's words, he saw Cain staring at him with burning eyes, and he couldn't help but said happily, What, You translated the oracle, and I am the traitor. That's right, Cain said loudly. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and there was an uproar in the conference hall. Everyone denounced Cain and asked him to stop talking nonsense. We see the Pope's contribution to the Church. He cannot be a traitor. The Pope has trained the most outstanding saint. That's right, just by looking at Her Majesty the Saint, you can tell that he is not a traitor. Facing the denunciation of everyone, Cain's expression remained unchanged and he said with certainty, Your Majesty the Holy Lady is indeed excellent, and I do not deny Ivan's contribution to the Church, but you are all legendary mages. You should understand that we have reached this point. What's next? To make a choice. Cain, how can you call the Pope by his first name? Shut up, you sycophants. Cain swept across the crowd and raised his hand on his chest. If I mistranslated the oracle and wronged the Pope's reputation, I am willing to be punished, but if not, can you afford the responsibility? Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Ivan, asking him to make an idea. Cain, you say I'm a traitor. Where's the evidence? What does the oracle say? Ivan went straight to the point. Ivan, you betrayed your faith in your future choice. You chose the goddess of nature. This is the content of the oracle, Cain vowed, confirming and affirming. Evidence. Ivan said speechlessly, do you think I am a traitor because Anton lost to the emissary of the natural church? The evidence is the philosopher's stone. Cain clapped his hands on the table and said with an imposing manner, where is the philosopher's stone that you are in charge of? Has it been given to the envoy of the Church of Nature? Take it out and prove your innocence. XN. Everyone looked at Ivan and saw that he neither expressed his position nor took out the philosopher's stone to testify. Everyone looked pale and had an ominous premonition. Ivan, don't say you didn't bring the stone with you. No one will believe you. Handing over the philosopher's stone will prove your innocence, that I am framing you, and also prove that you are not a traitor. Cain scolded, at this moment, he is the hero who protects justice. Your Holiness, please take out the philosopher's stone quickly. Yeah, it's about time. Everyone spoke for Ivan, with some speculation in their hearts that the philosopher's stone might no longer be in Ivan's hands. The answer was too shocking and they didn't want to believe it. The philosopher's stone is not in my hand. I followed the goddess's order and handed it over to Wayne, the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. Ivan spoke stiffly, looking a little unnatural. Ha ha ha, what a goddess order! The portal of the Church, the key to our life and death, was ordered by the goddess to be handed over to the Church of Nature. Ivan, can you use your brain to find another excuse? Cain said that this was a sure thing, and slapped the table repeatedly. Ask everyone, will they believe this kind of sophistry? Facing the people's eyes asking for help, Ivan saw deep disappointment in their eyes. His heart was twisted for a moment. He really felt that he had become a traitor and betrayed everyone's trust in him. However, the truth was too outrageous, which would cause his faith to collapse and his life to be in danger at worst. He couldn't tell it, otherwise it would harm everyone. Ivan, tell me. Like a victorious general, Cain pointed at the traitor and said, you gave the philosopher's stone to the Church of Nature because you chose the goddess of nature. You betrayed everyone and yourself. I don't. My loyalty to the goddess is unquestionable. This is really the goddess' order, Ivan said coldly. Where did you get the oracle? Did it come from the saint? It's true. Thinking of the image of his baby daughter clinging to Wayne's arms, the corners of Ivan's eyes twitched, and for a moment, he looked ferocious. Just once, not much. Cain caught this look and said with an enigmatic smile, I see, Your Excellency the Holy Lady has also betrayed the Church. You father and daughter. Cain, this is a bit much. The character of the saint is well known. Anyone could be a traitor, except her. She has remained pure for hundreds of years. How can you frame her here? Facing the angry gazes of the crowd, Cain waved his hands repeatedly. I am just speculating that if the saint did not falsely convey the oracle, it must be Ivan who is talking nonsense. He did not receive the oracle at all. He is a complete traitor. That's more like it. You are smart. Cain's mouth twitched. He got the script of a positive character, so how did he become an enemy to everyone? It's all Ivan's fault. He brainwashed everyone. Cain glared at Ivan. Where is the messenger of the Church of Nature? I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Take back the Philosopher's Stone quickly. I don't need to elaborate on how important this stone is. When the Philosopher's Stone was mentioned, everyone was a little panicked and looked at Ivan eagerly, hoping that he would repent. It's not too late to change now. I don't know where Wayne went. Ivan was speechless. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to speak, not to mention how aggrieved he was. Your Excellency the Pope, are you aggrieved? Did the bastards from the natural church threaten you with force? Shut up, you can't call him a bastard. This is a woman, this is not allowed. Ivan spoke hurriedly. He only dared to think about the words that would cost him his head, but he couldn't say anything. It is true. You succumbed to the Church of Nature and changed your faith to the goddess of nature. The evidence is solid and beyond doubt. Cain waved his hand and asked everyone to take Ivan down. The Philosopher's Stone must not be lost. First, lock up the traitor, disguise yourself as him and trick the Philosopher's Stone back, and then turn against the Church of Nature. Everyone stood up and said helplessly, Your Excellency the Pope, you must have your own grievances, but now that things have come to this, you can only be wronged again. When Her Excellency the Saint comes back, I will definitely clear your grievances. The oracle high priests did not use force. Ivan asked himself to be decent. After many years of friendship, don't let everyone help him to be decent. No, you can't deal with him. This is also a forbidden matter. Ivan was almost suffocated. What could he say? The pretty boy did have special skills, but he was not the lover of Pope Senna of the Church of Nature, but the lover of the dark goddess. No one believed it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it himself. At this point, you are still protecting outsiders. Oh, to you, a traitor, we are outsiders. Cain sneered and saw Ivan's embarrassment. He was so happy. Stop arguing, let me say something fair, Wayne interrupted from behind the crowd. You are a member of the natural church, what qualifications do you have to interrupt? The meeting hall was quiet for a moment, and everyone was sweating profusely, looking at Wayne who came uninvited, fearing that he would suddenly sacrifice the Philosopher's Stone to sink the headquarters of the dark church. What scared everyone the most was the white moonlight in their hearts, Saint Anastasia, who stood next to Wayne. Saint, even you betrayed. Impossible, Saint must have been controlled. Ah, yes, I controlled the saint and tarnished her innocence, okay. Wayne snorted twice, and seeing everyone rushing up, he took out the Philosopher's Stone from his arms. Everyone retreated one after another, and the whole meeting hall became a mess. The atmosphere is really good, much more lively than the Church of Nature. Wayne made an evaluation in his heart, looking at Cain in the crowd, with a villain's face. It's you. Cain, right? I came to the church on the orders of the Dark Goddess to investigate the truth of the death of the previous Dark Knight. You are the most suspicious, come with me. Dark Knight. Cain's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of uneasiness came over him. After all, he was a man who had seen big scenes, and he said calmly, You are the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. Why would the goddess look for you? This reason is too fake. Reality is so absurd. It's not writing. We have to consider logic. Wayne patted the black-robed man beside him, that is, Idanis, and pulled down his hood, revealing the face of the Dark Knight. Wise, in order to prove you, the murderer, I brought the victim with me. Ah. The meeting room was in chaos again. Although the chosen knights rarely show up in their respective churches, they are not absent. Those present are all powerful people who know who Vichy is. This is very scary. The Dark Knight Vichy has disappeared for many years, and the Dark Goddess has chosen another knight to replace her. It is not clear who that person is, but it is known that he has appeared in London. With the new knight, what happened to the old knight? You. Seeing this face, Kane's face turned pale, and he raised his hands tremblingly and stammered, "Impossible, you are not Lady Vichy." "If I am not Vichy, who else can I be, the noble and elegant Dark Goddess?" Idanis smiled. "Nonsense, you blasphemer, how dare you pretend to be the goddess? This is a capital crime." Kane seized the opportunity to counter-attack and shouted loudly, wanting to chop the blasphemer who pretended to be the goddess into 8 pieces. "I am looking forward to it." Idanis smiled unchanged. "Ivan, winky face, please allow him to make a bold assumption. This person is the goddess." You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 433. Ivan looked at Vichy tremblingly, with a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Sweaty. Although there was no evidence, there was a feeling that the Dark Faith was right in front of him, not through the saint, but through the former Dark Knight Vichy. To make the pretty boy happy, did he change the track? The idea was too disrespectful. Ivan prayed that his thoughts were too dirty. Although the goddess had a pretty boy and was ready to kill him to silence him, he knew that the goddess was still a good believer. It must be like this. Ivan took a deep breath and looked at Anastasia for confirmation, hoping that his daughter would deny his unrealistic fantasy. Vichy is Vichy, not a goddess. Sensing her father's inquiring gaze, Anastasia sighed in her heart. She didn't want her father to know too much, but he guessed it. Since there is a guess, don't hide it, so as not to respond to other incidents, and Wayne will have to do it in the end. Anastasia nodded slightly. This is the Dark Goddess. She told Ivan to keep a low profile. Silence is golden. If you can keep silent, don't speak. It's better to pretend that you know nothing. It's over. The goddess really changed her track to make the pretty boy happy. Ivan raised his hand to cover his chest. His faith refreshed the bottom line again and again. He didn't know how long he could hold on. He only knew that he would never be as pious as before. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked. It would be better to just pretend to be stupid. The father and daughter exchanged glances. One thought too much and the other thought too little. Under the misunderstanding, the Pope was so upset. According to the law of conservation, the smile will not disappear, but will only transfer. The smile on Ivan's face transferred to Wayne's face. He looked up and down at Kane, who looked panicked, and secretly thought that this was safe. Triangular eyes, drooping eyebrows, and you still say you are not a villain. When Kane heard that he was going to cut the impostor who blasphemed the Dark Goddess into pieces, Wayne's smile became even bigger. This is a qualified villain who has chosen a way to die for himself. Wayne felt that he would have nothing to do next. The Dark Goddess had a broad mind, but she was narrow-minded. Just based on the words cut into pieces, Kane would be torn apart today. On the other side, Kane was still out putting, angrily scolding, "Blasphemer, you compare yourself to the goddess, which is a capital crime of disrespect, and, you also pretended to be the Dark Knight Vichy. Take off your mask, who are you?" Kane was very sure that Vichy was not Vichy, and stood on the position of justice and said to everyone, "The facts are in front of us. The Pope and the Saint betrayed the goddess together, and there is also this fake Dark Knight. There can't be two gods chosen in the world. The Church's critical survival is today. What are you still hesitating about? Everyone looked left and right, and they were a little hesitant for a while. Cain stood on the word reason. The facts were as he said, and he had to believe it. But they didn't want to believe that the Pope and the Saint had apostatized, mainly the Saint, who suspected that the mastermind behind the scenes was Senna, the acting Pope of the natural church, based on the scene in front of her. Senna. As we all know, Senna and Anastasia are of the same generation and have been fighting over and over for hundreds of years. Senna has repeatedly found faults and has never been able to defeat Anastasia, so she resorted to conspiracy and trickery. Anastasia has not appeared at the church headquarters for nearly 20 years. It is said that she was carrying out a secret mission and was seriously injured, and her strength has declined significantly. When she appeared again, she stood on the side of the messenger of the natural church with the Pope. One of them falsely spread the oracle to capture the great sage, and the other handed over the philosopher's stone to someone else. There was also a blasphemer who pretended to be the Dark Knight Wise and was disrespectful to the goddess. At this point, the truth is already very clear. Senna seriously injured Anastasia and let Wayne control her. She arrived at the headquarters of the Dark Church in the name of an envoy and threatened Ivan to hand over the philosopher's stone. The latter had no choice but to do so. The Pope and the Saint are both under control. If the great sage is taken down, the entire Dark Church will be controlled by the natural church. Senna has achieved such brilliant achievements since taking office. In the future, she will become the most famous Pope in the history of the natural church. Yes, that's right. It fits the stereotype of the Dark Church about the natural church. Senna. Everyone's brainstorms, and they think about the cause and effect. In the end, it's nothing more than Anastasia's image deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. They would rather believe that the Pope has apostasy than believe that the Saint has betrayed the faith. Thousands of words are summed up in one sentence. The Saint is pure. If you want to slander her, there is no way. It's really interesting. Idnis saw everyone's little thoughts and wondered whether to reveal the truth about Anastasia's loss of purity. Your saint not only betrayed the faith, but also gave her body and mind to the new faith without reservation. She is a saint in front of people, but she is a skilled technician behind people. The expressions of these people must be very interesting when they know the truth. Idnis nodded secretly, feeling that there was something to be done. Unfortunately, it was impossible. She also liked Anastasia very much. She was extremely talented and had outstanding moral character. If she had not been contaminated by Wayne, she would have personally brought her to the kingdom of God to train her. After watching the fun for a while, Idnis was ready to start closing the net. She waved her hand to interrupt Cain's output and pulled out a black sword from the void, Twilight Despair. The black light spread, and the inky black armor enveloped Idnis. The surging dark power made everyone present dry their mouths and swallowed their saliva. The facts were in front of them. The Dark Knight Weiss was genuine and there was no possibility of impersonation. Sir Knight. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Ivan bent his waist the lowest, 90 degrees, and his upper body was parallel to the ground. Seeing the Twilight Despair with their own eyes, the senior executives were more confused. Why are there two Dark Knights in the same era? What happened to the only one? What happened today? The Dark Knight was also controlled by the Church of Nature? How can Wayne control the Saint and the Chosen Knight at the same time? Is he a Knight of Nature? Everyone was full of doubts and could no longer see the development of the situation. Cain was also full of question marks, and was so surprised that he could not speak clearly. Impossible, Lady Wei-Zi, this is impossible. Great Sage, do you still want to quibble now? Wayne stepped forward and sneered, the victim is here. Tell me, you killed the Dark Knight and intended to revive the god of storm and thunder. What exactly do you want? There was an uproar again in the field. You looked at me, I looked at you, and your mind couldn't keep up with the continuous reversal of the plot, and your head was buzzing. It's impossible. She is definitely not Lady Vichy. There are no two chosen knights in the same era. Kane shouted loudly, pointing at Cheng Jian and said, even if she is, the goddess will not let the people of the natural church investigate our dark church. You must have used magic to control them and then falsely spread the oracle. Why can't I be Vichy? Idnis smiled slightly and said to Wayne, he seems to know a lot of things. This is not the place to talk. Goddess messenger, can I take him to another place for private interrogation? The truth is in front of him. Wayne can't wait to get to the bottom of it. He holds the philosopher's stone and exerts a little force. 3 shadows flashed, and Kane, Idnis and Wayne disappeared in the meeting room. Saint, what's going on? Is it really the oracle of the goddess? Everyone stepped forward. It is indeed the oracle of the goddess. I was ordered to invite Mr. Wayne to the church headquarters to investigate the great sage, and ask the Pope to cooperate secretly. This matter is of great importance. You'd better not ask too much. Anastasia nodded. But why doesn't the goddess let us investigate it ourselves? Wayne is an outsider after all. Everyone was very disappointed. They blamed themselves for being incompetent and fell into panic of being abandoned. Seeing this, Anastasia comforted them. No one said that Mr. Wayne was an outsider. He often listened to the goddess's oracle. That's all. Don't ask or tell anyone. It turned out to be an undercover. Everyone suddenly realized it, and through the process of reasoning, they made up the truth. The Hall of the Sage. The palace of the great sage stands far away from the meeting hall, standing on the back of the dark foot of the mountain. The appearance of the hall is simple and solemn, with obscure runes engraved on the walls. The black light occasionally moves, and the runes wander with it, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. In the hall, the outline of the black pillars is looming, as if it has merged with the ubiquitous darkness. Only the crystal ball on the top of the hall emits a faint light, illuminating a strange atmosphere. The pillars are arranged on the left and right, and a passage leads directly to the end of the hall. On both sides of the passage, statues stood silently. They were great sages of all times, or magicians who made outstanding contributions to the Hall of Sages. Like ministers and servants, they quietly waited for their master's call. Unlike saints and knights, the main service objects of great sages are subordinate gods. The dark goddess has 2 subordinate gods who perform the functions of darkness, one is the listener and the other is the avenger. At the end of the passage, on the towering wall, the dark goddess is shrouded in a black robe. Her appearance is not obvious, and the long robe falls in endless darkness. On the left and right sides of the lower hand, there are statues of 2 subordinate gods, both of whom are human forms wearing black robes, and are also the main targets of worship in the Hall of Sages. These 2 statues are tall and majestic, with blurred and mysterious faces, as if shrouded by a layer of dark power. Their eyes are dark and deep, as if they are black holes that swallow all light. They put their hands together and offer the most sincere blessings to their main god, darkness. The invisible wind swept past, lingering with an indescribable dark atmosphere. The long and low voice echoed in the darkness, like some extremely ancient spell, which made the worshippers feel fear and awe, and dared not to be presumptuous here. Generally speaking, the oracles conveyed by the great sage come from the listeners. The avengers either don't speak, or speak to war. The goddess of nature has a subordinate god prophet, the goddess of death has an observer, and when it comes to the goddess of darkness, the subordinate god is named listener. The difference is subtle, but it means the same thing. By the way, there are 3 subordinate gods in nature and death, and only 2 in darkness, sun and moonlight. Hey, why is it here? 3 figures appeared in the passage, and Wayne looked at the philosopher's stone in his hand in wonder. According to his meaning, stay away from the headquarters of the dark church, Pick a small forest to use the mixed double skills of men and women on the great sage Cain, torture the body first, then torture the mind, and put it into the art of torture. 108 styles, the truth will surely come out. As a result, he closed his eyes and opened them again, and came to the Hall of Sages. Wayne guessed the reason in a second, frowned and looked at Idonis beside him. The truth is in the Hall of Sages, right? I was going to ask you, why do you come here? Why don't you go to the grove? There are fewer people there. You can deal with me after you deal with the great sage. Idonis was cold and said with disgust, don't be happy too early. I am not a woman who will fall down with a push. I will resist. Let me clarify, I am not the kind of person who gets more excited the more I resist. Wayne rolled his eyes. Really, then I won't resist. Ha ha ha. Cain didn't hear the conversation between the couple. Seeing that he was in the Hall of Sages, he said that he was not destined to die. He laughed and said, you are powerful and you have the Sage Stone and Twilight Despair. I am no match for any of you, but you should never bring me to the Hall of Sages. This is my territory. I am blessed by darkness here. Is there a possibility that darkness is right beside me? Wayne looked at Cain quietly. The crazier the other side was, the calmer he was. Thinking carefully, the other side was a little pitiful. Another poor guy played by the goddess of darkness. On the left and right sides of the passage, stone statues burst into black light. Cain took a deep breath. The darkness in his body rose steadily under the blessings of his predecessors. The powerful force made him feel that he could kill Wayne and Idonis with one punch. Cain knew very well that this was an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. If he really punched him, he would definitely fall. He closed his eyes and murmured, and his mind opened a channel to transmit his voice to another world. Dark Kingdom. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mind recorded the space fluctuation. He was about to peek into the true face of the kingdom of God, but when he thought of Idnis beside him, he quickly suppressed his curiosity. Can't look, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back after this trip. Idnis's expression did not change, neither disappointed nor sighing. The dark game between her and Wayne has just begun. She bet big, and she wants more than just some of Wayne's thoughts. She wants it all. The card table is fair. The more you want, the more you bet. Once you lose, she is nothing. This road requires a race against time. She has been ahead for thousands of years, and she thinks that she has a great chance of winning, so she will consider it stable. Back to the point, with Cain's whispered call, a ray of thought came through the space channel and descended on Cain. Cain, what is the matter with the sudden call to me? Great Devourer, as you can see, Lady Vichy has been in trouble. Cain plays two roles and asks and answers himself. The mind-named Devourer looked at Wayne and Idonis, and immediately exclaimed, carefully looking at Idonis, and after a moment, said, in the thick darkness, there is a demigod like you who avoids the call of the kingdom of God. You used Vichy's body, what is your true face? The Devourer has some vision, but not much, and did not recognize that the big leader was in front of him. Idonis smiled and said, I am ordered by the dark goddess to assist the adult beside me. He will become the third subordinate god of the goddess. Nonsense. Cain's face was furious for a moment, and a large amount of thoughts poured into Cain's body. The looming life field spread out, and the target was directly aimed at the competitor Wayne. Ah, what did I do? Wayne complained in his heart, and stretched out the pale life force field inside, with a difficult and helpless face. Master Devourer, it's unfair. I am a legendary wizard, not even a demigod. How can I be qualified to be a follower of God? Think about it carefully, she is a demigod, she is your competitor. That makes sense, I choose to kill you all. The Devourer sneered repeatedly. Cain's eyes bloomed with scarlet light, and black mist surged around him, transforming into a black giant python phantom. So Skena the Devourer, in order to become a subordinate god, You arbitrarily modified the oracle of the goddess in the world. You are loyal on the surface but selfish in reality. You are not qualified to be a subordinate god. Idonis shouted harshly, as if she was afraid of the other party's power. Her guilty eyes were dazed, and she was somewhat timid. She stepped back half a step and protected Wayne in front of her. This lord is different. He has outstanding moral character, great compassion, honesty and trustworthiness, respect for others, and is always gentle and considerate to the weak. He never laughs at or despises others because of their plight. Only he can exercise divine power on behalf of darkness. X2. Wayne, although it is a borrowed knife to kill, it unexpectedly makes some sense. So Skena, do you think I am a mess on my first day? How can there be such a person in the world? So Skena sneered at Idonis's evaluation. Although he did not completely descend, he was not blind and could see through what kind of person Wayne was at a glance. Despicable, hypocritical, insidious, greedy, selfish, shameless, cowardly, and cowardly. Just like him. Just as he was disdainful, so Skena's murderous intent surged, and he developed an extremely strong hostility towards Wayne. With the above advantages, this kind of scum can achieve great things, and he must not be left alone. The black python shadow roared silently, and the huge thought turned into a mental shock, bombarding Wayne and Idonis. Wayne held the philosopher's stone tightly and tried, but he couldn't teleport away. Facing the mental attack that bit like a snake's kiss, he narrowed his eyes and went head on. Boom! At the center of the collision of the two thoughts, black arcs jumped, tearing the void abruptly, and the materialized shockwave swept in all directions. Sosna's murderous intent was even worse. The legendary wizard had the power to fight him, and he became a demigod. He can't be let go. The black python's phantom turned from virtual to real. The terrifying projection of thought was false. Without magic as energy, it invaded reality and became real. In an instant, a strong wind blew, lightning and thunder roared, and blazing lightning and violent wind blades poured down from the sky, rushing directly to where Wayne was, and also covering Idonis. Wayne's eyes turned pale, and the life force field avoided Idonis, only protecting himself in it. The strong wind and lightning were blocked outside, and the overwhelming gorgeous magic disappeared in an instant, and all the violent energy returned to nothingness, as if it had never existed from the beginning to the end. Storm and thunder. Devourer. Wayne's eyes flickered, and he roughly understood something. The dark goddess has two subordinate gods. The candidate Devourer Suoska wants to become a subordinate god. His own strength lacks foundation, so he has set his sights on Sologia and Set. Mainly Set. Sologia was deprived of the information law in the early stage of the Faith War. His lingering strength has shrunk significantly. Facing the little white face who kicked the door, he dared only to show his teeth and rage. The most basic dignity of the sky goddess could not be maintained, and the little power she had left was dispensable. Suoska intended to devour the storm and thunder to strengthen himself, and found the great sage cane. He ate more and more chicken soup and cakes, and successfully took him in as his running dog. After that, Wayne was a little confused, not sure what role Wise played in it. She died, probably a victim. The truth was 99% clear. Wayne glanced at Idnis next to him. The dark goddess used him to rectify the church and the kingdom of God. He couldn't rectify the latter for the time being, he didn't have the ability. I think it was to teach Suoskina a lesson for setting fire to the warehouse. Okay, since you play like this, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing the third subordinate god who is about to reach the top. A ray of murderous intent flashed in Wayne's eyes. He had no grudges against Suoskina, but he was quite unhappy with the operation of the dark goddess. His appearance fee was very expensive, and if he was asked to investigate, he would be prepared to go bankrupt. Boom! The nearly materialized life force field spread out, flattening the surrounding pillars and statues, and knocking away the charming Idnis. The latter was in mid-air, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The forceful life force field spread out in front of Cain, and the black python screamed silently. The looming life field strengthened Cain's life force field, and infinitely raised its power through the realm of demigod. With a loud bang, Wayne retreated 3 steps. Cain retreated again and again, all the way to the edge of the altar, and then stopped with his back against the statue of the follower god. His eyes shot out 2 scarlet electric rays, and he grinned, "Not bad power, you have no rivals among legendary wizards. If you can become a demigod and control some laws, you will become a qualified follower god." He said words of admiration, and every word was murderous. Sosna admired Wayne. When he was still a legendary wizard, he was never as powerful as Wayne. Out of inner respect, he vowed to completely destroy Wayne's physical mind today. Roar, roar, roar. Cain spread his arms, and boundless darkness spread out from his body, and the terrifying energy turned into a black sphere and expanded rapidly. Where the black light eroded, except for the murals of the 2 gods and the goddess of darkness, the entire sage hall was devoured. The desperate black light contained the tolerance of darkness and the desire of the devourer. Wayne tried his best to maintain the life force field, barely maintaining a 50-50 split. He waved his hand, and the twilight despair turned into black light. With 5 fingers turned, the black light sword slashed down. What? Sosna was shocked. He didn't expect Wayne to be able to control the twilight despair. He was caught off guard. Swish. The black sphere shattered with a sound, and the vertical line spread from top to bottom, splitting into 2 on the spot. The life force field around Wayne changed its form, with the 2 sides pulled apart, and the front section was a spear and a lance, like an arrow shooting down at a high speed. Wayne stepped to the front, punched apart the darkness blocking the road, and his eyes rushed with scorching heat. He covered Sosna's head with a head full of black smoke and flesh and blood. The bloody skull head, with a hairstyle full of black smoke, is very similar to the Death Knight. A flash of black light, Wayne has come to Sosna, twilight despair is unstoppable, and chops the bloody forehead. Sosna opened his 5 fingers, black light wrapped around his palm, and 5 fingers covered the sky, infinitely enlarged in front of Wayne. After a brief collision of thoughts, Wayne killed out of mental confusion, and twilight despair was 3 points faster. Bang! Sosna held the blade with 5 fingers, and his knees trembled under the pressure of the terrifying force. His legs sank on the dark soil and did not reach the knee position. After the continuous attack failed, Sosna felt ashamed, roared in his throat, and his body suddenly swelled. Black arcs flashed, wrapping Sosna's whole body, like a huge radiation source. Thunder and storms poured out continuously. The powerful energy touched Wayne's life standpoint, like a mud cow into the sea, and there was no movement at all. Suoskina regarded the scene as the embrace of darkness, and faintly smelled the breath of devouring. He was alert in his heart, and his murderous aura boiled to the extreme. This guy and I walked the same path, and he may also bear the name of the devourer. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and Wayne's hand loosened. He was surprised to find that twilight despair was teleported away. Looking at the black hand rushing towards him, hot eyes surged, and the violent heat wave collided with the darkness at close range, and the whole sage hall was overturned with a bang. Devourer, the evidence is conclusive, do you still want to resist? Idnis shouted loudly, standing on Wayne's side, and said, the goddess has made a new choice. You are destined not to become a follower god. Give up now. Although the goddess hates evil and loves good, she is also open-minded and generous. She is kind-hearted and will definitely give you a chance to reform. Ridiculous, you don't understand the goddess at all. Darkness is not such a compassionate person. She is far more ruthless than you think, Suoskina retorted. Puff. Wayne covered his mouth and laughed, and said with a beaming face, the evaluation is not fair, you are too tactful, that woman is a bad guy. Huh, you think so too, Sosna said in surprise. Idnes. She said that Sosna can't become a follower of God, no matter who comes, it won't work. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 434. Idnes was so angry that her chest hurt, and she looked at the two guys showing off their feelings with a cold face. Wayne left it alone for the time being and took it easy later. Sosna had offended the dark goddess and was dead. Before he became a follower, he dared to say bad things behind his back, which really made him. Wait a moment, are those two little bitches also gossiping behind my back? Idnes narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling that it was necessary to give it a try. If she was caught, hey, they would all be locked up and trained. Seeing that Idnes remained silent, Sosna became even more proud. He waved his hand and said, rules will only bind mortals. If you are willing to abide by them, you will never be able to see the true face of the goddess. So, you understand goddesses very well. Wayne's eyes lit up and he blew out 2 hot breaths from his nostrils. Tell me, what kind of little bitch is the goddess in your mind? Sosna didn't answer. Just think about some things in your mind. It's not that easy to trick him into saying it. He said forcefully, yes, I falsely passed on the goddess's oracle and used the goddess's power in the world for my own use. But these are not the goddess's tacit approval. If she doesn't agree, I can't do this. If I make reasonable use of the loopholes in the rules, I am not guilty of breaking the law. It's a pity that people like you are not capitalists. Wayne commented secretly, another insect setting fire to the warehouse. As for you. Sosna looked at Wayne, you are very good, and I also know why you exist. You and I are both competitors trained by the goddess. Only one person is destined to reach the top on this road. I'm ahead, you don't have a chance. Sosna's tone gradually became cold. At the end of his words, with a flip of his hand, Twilight's desperate situation was suddenly held in his hands. This is the power of the god's chosen knight. Neither you nor I are the god's chosen, but my level is higher than yours above. I see, it was you who killed Wei Zi. No, devoured her, Wayne said. She just took control of her future. Sosna sneered again and again, holding the black light in his hand and holding the sword to kill Wayne. Darkness filled the air, and the two figures intertwined repeatedly, spreading out countless shadows as fast as lightning. Wayne did not use other god-chosen artifacts. He held 2 dragon-tooth swords in his hands and held the Philosopher's Stone in his mouth. 8 black tentacles danced behind his back, like a multi-armed monster. Each tentacle had a pure dark transformation soldier at the end. There are spears, swords, axes, shields, and 2 longbows firing left and right. The two figures faced each other and fought. Wayne used the power of the Philosopher's Stone to infinitely increase his fighting power, activating the entire space of the Dark Pope's headquarters, and following Ludwig's example, he turned the life force field into a false realm of life. On the other side, Sosna is a true demigod, and a powerful demigod with the qualification to compete as a god. Because he failed to fully descend, he was unable to fully exert his life field. He could only influence Cain to forcibly raise his life force field to the level of the realm of life. Sosna's thoughts are coming more and more, and his power is expanding continuously. Wayne was beaten but became less anxious. He used the Philosopher's Stone to restrain the aftermath of the battle in the Sage's Hall to prevent any passing member of the Dark Church from being affected. He had a good impression of the Dark Church and subconsciously chose to protect them. It's definitely not because protecting these people can gain Anastasia's favor, and then Bai Yueguan can unlock a few new postures by twisting and turning. Really not, the illustrations have been unlocked, and the dual cue has been played several times. Wayne was not in a hurry. The more Sosna fought, the more frightened he became. Whenever his strength increased and more thoughts came to him, Wayne could keep up, which gave him an ominous premonition. A strong enemy comes well prepared, and if he insists on going his own way, he will inevitably suffer heavy losses and give up his advantage. Boom! The terrifying energy collided with the mighty force, and with a loud bang, the sage's hall was razed to the ground. Only the statues of the two slave gods and the mural of the dark goddess stood alone. The escaping shockwave was blocked by the high walls of darkness erected around it, and the philosopher's stone covered the battlefield, preventing the changes here from being noticed by the believers. In the air, the free energy was chaotic and intertwined, colliding with black arcs from time to time. Sosner held the Twilight Extremis in his hand, with a look of caution on his face. "What? Stop fighting." Wayne danced 8 dark tentacles behind his back and raised his eyebrows. "If you try harder, I can't keep up. If you think a little more, I can win. If it's the original body, congratulations, you're sure. It seems that you are very confident in your cards." Sosner murmured, with a red light in his eyes, "I am also very confident in my trump card." As he spoke, Sosner's mind traveled far away at great speed, following the space passage and returning to the kingdom of darkness in large tracts. Wayne was frowning when he discovered that behind Sosna, another space passage opened. In the boundless darkness, several figures stood, tall or short, with different shapes. "This is my divine domain. Unlike you who are weak, I never fight alone." Sosna threw the twilight situation into the sky, and a figure hidden in the darkness stepped through the space passage. The afterimage was distorted when it passed through the space barrier, and only his mind came to the ruins of the sage's hall. This thought clung to the twilight desperate situation, wrapped in black light armor, and reshaped it into an energy body. Wayne looked at the other person's face in surprise. "We Isaac, the former Dark Knight, are you not dead? Do you understand? I have been following the rules set by the goddess. Only when she nods her permission can I get what I want, including the goddess's knight." Sosna looked at Wayne sarcastically. "The woman next to you doesn't understand the goddess at all. If she knew a little, she wouldn't look likewise. I think you don't know anything." Wayne didn't say anything, and tried to use humility to let Sosna say a few more words. "From your appearance, you are probably deceived by that woman, but it's okay. I know the goddess' attitude towards me. It's not that easy to become a sub-god. I need to defeat my competitors one by one. Only blood can forge the unshakable status of a sub-god." While speaking, the space channel behind Sosna closed, and Kane's body slowly faded away, and went to another space in the god's chosen continent, the Storm and Thunder God realm. "Come here if you have the guts. I'll let you know what kind of opponent the goddess has chosen for you and what kind of talent I, the Devourer Sosna, have." Sosna laughed and stepped out of the teleportation channel. He didn't close the door immediately, giving Wayne time to catch up. The Dark Knight Weiss didn't stop him. She raised the Twilight Despair and made way for Wayne with the courtesy of a knight. "Well, I want to see how much you, the Devourer, can eat." Wayne glanced at Idnes, who looked pitiful and weak, afraid of violence. "Knight Weiss, that woman occupied your body and used it to flirt with wild men. I don't know how many benefits she gave. I suggest you take your body back as soon as possible and teach her a lesson." Wayne snorted twice, dug a big hole, and rushed into the portal. After Wayne left, the portal slowly closed. Idnes blinked her watery eyes, her eyelashes flickered, and added a bit of tea-bitch to Weiss's icy face. Weiss held onto the Twilight Despair, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Her mind locked onto Idnes, and the sword did not move, but a black curtain slashed down. Wherever the black light passed, all obstructing objects were split in two. The terrifying momentum should have cut open the sky curtain of the Dark Church headquarters, but it failed to do so for some reason. Weiss thought it was Wayne. Although the person had left, he was still controlling the church headquarters with the Philosopher's Stone. Idnes, who attacked secretly, did not make a sound. She moved aside to avoid the strong blow. Looking at the cutting line under her feet, she patted her chest and said, "It's so dangerous. I was almost cut in half by your sword." Wei Zi's eyelids jumped. She was a man of few words and always kept silent. She had a limited vocabulary of swear words, so she didn't say anything here. She pointed her sword at Idnis, "Hand over my body, and I will allow your mind to leave. You gave up your body voluntarily, why do you want to take it back now?" Idnis looked down at her feet and said sarcastically, "It's a very strong body, but it's not very full, so I can't hold my chest up and live as a man. To be fair, this body is not that bad, with a slender waist, long and straight legs, and smooth lines as if it had been carefully carved, and every part is just right." Wei Zi shook her head slightly, "The idea of pleasing others, you lack self-esteem, and you are not worthy of my body." "Is there a possibility that I am laughing at your small breasts?" Idnis suggested. Vicky's eyelids twitched again. She didn't want to talk anymore. She flashed and came to Idnis with a sword, raised her 5 fingers and grabbed her right shoulder. "Miss." Idnis dodged sideways. Vicky was secretly shocked and chased after her and grabbed her again. One of them chased and the other dodged. Vicky kept hitting misses and could never touch her body. She was shocked and looked at this charming and pretentious enemy. The long sword stood on her chest, and her eyes glowed red. "Dark Knight, Vicky." "Dark Goddess," Idnis said seriously. Vicky didn't say anything, but seeing her eyelids twitching, she thought she couldn't hold it anymore. Swish, swish, swish. Vicky's body shook, and her afterimages intertwined, and her figure disappeared into the darkness. Several black lights surged and slashed at Idnis. The silent and cold black light split the void, and under the heavy blockade, Idnis was dragged out of this world. The former Dark Knight was amazingly powerful, and he was definitely not comparable to Austin, who was still enjoying domestic violence and called himself painful. The sword light crisscrossed, and the surging energy cut through the void to form a cage. With Wei Zi's single-handed move, the terrifying invisible force field sealed Idnis, and the heavy pressure made her unable to move. "I have twilight despair, you can't be my opponent." Wei Zi said lightly, "Hand over my body, I will keep my previous promise and let your mind leave." "Is this really okay?" Wei Zi was surprised that Idnis could still speak. "Facing an unknown and powerful enemy, I always keep the spirit of chivalry. Have you ever thought about how powerful I am if I dare to call myself the Dark Goddess?" Idnis took a step forward, collapsed the hexahedron that imprisoned her, and regarded the invisible force field as nothing. She smiled faintly, "You are willing to let my thoughts go, but I am not ready to let your thoughts go. I still need some chips." "You came at the right time. Who are you?" Wei Zi was shocked. The black light around her body gathered and condensed into the shape of a big sword. Finally, it completely became substantial and slashed down towards Idnis. Wherever this darkness passed, the world seemed to become a painting board, all colors were wiped out, leaving only darkness. Idnis stepped forward, and the black sword light added to her body, decomposing and merging by itself, not even a strand of her hair could be cut off. Wise had never seen such a scene before. Although darkness is tolerance, using darkness to contain darkness is in line with the meaning of darkness. It is difficult to say it, but it is difficult to do it. Especially the darkness of the twilight despair that was easily eliminated. She thought again and took the initiative to stop the attack. "Sir, which of the two subordinate gods is it, the listener or the avenger?" "Why, has Sosna negotiated with the two subordinate gods?" Idnis asked with a smile. "It's just non-interference. The kingdom of God has one more subordinate god, which is of great benefit to the construction of the kingdom of God. The goddess also hopes to see the scene," Wise replied. This is not what she should say, which goes against her taciturn temperament, but facing the mysterious strong man, she subconsciously told everything, not daring to hide a bit. What about you? Why do you want to go to Sosna? Isn't it better to be a dog for the dark goddess? The goddess is too far away. Wei Zi was silent for a moment, and then said, my power is not enough to serve her, but if I support Sosna to become the devourer, the goddess will get the third subordinate god. Tisk tisk, what a loyal statement, don't you have any selfish motives? Yes. Wei Zi nodded, my power comes from the twilight despair. Without the twilight despair, I am just an ordinary demigod. When Sosna becomes a subordinate god, I can share more knowledge through his divine domain. So it's the desire for power. Idnis narrowed her eyes, you and Sosna are not very compatible. His divine domain can't give you what you want. I am different. Serve me as your master, and I will give you power beyond the demigod. Wei Zi's heart trembled, and she almost agreed on the spot. It can be confirmed that the mysterious man in front of her is either the listener or the avenger. Sorry, I refuse. Why? I have deceived the goddess once, this is betrayal, I can't betray again. But according to Sosna, your betrayal did not hide from the eyes of the dark goddess, because the goddess acquiesced, you can betray successfully. Idonis waved her hands and spread them, and the materialized dark sphere floated out and came to Wei Zi. She tempted, you have never betrayed your beliefs, this is the first time, as long as you nod, you will get the power you want. Wei Zi's mind trembled, the darkness was within reach, the energy contained was thrilling, just raise your hand, you can get unprecedented power. After several struggles, she still chose to refuse. The night education she received did not allow her to make mistakes again and again. Last time, she could find an excuse, saying that it was for the construction of the Dark Kingdom. This time, she was completely chasing power. Once the precedent was set, there would be no bottom line in the future. Yes, you have withstood the test. Idonis waved her hand to dissolve the black sphere, narrowed her eyes slightly, and a wisp of inexplicable breath spread out. Others could not sense it, but for Wise, this breath was like the pressure of the sky, making her kneel down to the ground in a night salute subconsciously. Goddess. Wei Zi lowered her head, not daring to imagine why faith was in her body, and why she personally cultivated another follower god. Could it be that Suoskena's actions caused dissatisfaction and he was destined to not become a follower god? Yes, Suoskena can't become a follower god. He said bad things about faith behind his back. Idnis bent down slightly, lifted Wise's chin and held it in her palm, her fingertips touched her delicate face, and said, as for you, although your disappearance has bothered me for a while, the new night is also very interesting, so I won't hold you responsible. Thank you for your kindness. Wei Zi replied in a trembling voice, looking at the familiar face close at hand, with infinite admiration in her heart, just wanting to bow down at the other's feet forever. Sosna can't become a subordinate god, don't waste time around him. The man just now, his name is Wayne, he will be your master in the future, you have to serve him like you serve me. Idnis looked down at Wei Zi, returned her body to the other party, and reshaped her new body with white foam. Wei Zi was a little confused about the oracle, and said carefully, Goddess, is he the third subordinate god? Yes. Idnis nodded, but she didn't think so in her heart. She was still trying to tame him and would continue to add to the situation. With the Dark Saint Anastasia, plus a Dark Knight Wei Zi, and Austin who was already a knight, she arranged 3 of her own people around Wayne. Goddess, I still have some. Do you have a lot of questions? No, no more. Wei Zi felt bitter in her heart, feeling that her faith had been transferred. When she looked up again, the figure of the dark goddess had disappeared. The realm of storm and thunder. Boom. Bang. The earth was covered with flying sand and stones, and the sky was covered with dust. During this period, hurricanes surged, thunders rushed into the sky, and terrifying energy repeatedly destroyed the obelisks, killing all the thoughts hidden in them. The process was very boring, but Saloxia did not find it boring. This was the order of faith, and it was of great benefit to her. She personally wiped out Set's thoughts and avenged the defeat and loss of the information law. By passing the assessment, she could change her image in the eyes of faith. She was not stupid, she just didn't have so many calculating means. Compared with stabbing people from behind, she always believed that it was more efficient to push forward. Furthermore, once Seth's mind is completely erased, these ownerless information will belong to her. Rebuilding the divine realm will no longer be a dream. She can also concentrate on studying the laws and let her faith see her outstanding talent. She is proud to say that she has always been talented. In the distance, a dark portal opened, and Sosner walked in with a big smile. Then I stopped laughing. What's going on? Why did Seth explode when it was so big? Sosner's scalp went numb for a moment. He looked at Salosia, who was making noises in the field, and didn't understand where this crazy bitch came from. Thunder and storm, she also has similar laws, so. Who is this? Where did it come from? Sosner was confused and thought he was lucky. Fortunately, he made many arrangements to coax Seth to resurrect obediently while leaving a backup plan. Otherwise, the law of information belongs to the mad woman, and her previous preparations have all been advantageous to others, and she will not be so depressed that she vomits blood. The appearance of Sosna immediately aroused Sarosia's vigilance. The storm's wings danced, and it almost teleported to the portal. With its spear pointed at the ground, it said coldly, "Who are you, such a rich darkness, are you one of the assessment items?" Sosna couldn't understand what Salosia was talking about and silently cursed an idiot. At this moment, a black shadow came rushing from behind, shouting "Boil water," and the momentum was 3 points faster. One of them failed to stop, and they collided with each other with a bang. Wayne stood where Sosner originally stood, looking down. "I told you to boil the water, and you had to refuse." Accompanied by the scream of a falling object from high in the sky, the ground trembled. Between the rolling dust waves, huge cracks could be seen running around, spreading out like a spider web. "Boss, are you back so soon?" Salosia stepped forward, pointed at the weirdo blocking the way below, and asked doubtfully, "Is this a new test? Do I have to defeat him too?" "Don't be stupid, there are so many tests, and besides, you are no match for him. This is one of the tests. After I wiped out Seth, I sent most of the obelisks to the Ross Federation. I deliberately leaked the aura and found Sosna, the devourer of the kingdom of darkness. Wayne deceived, he has swallowed up part of the laws of storm and thunder. He is the enemy you will face in the future. Let's meet today and preview it in advance." Salosia believed whatever Wayne said. Firstly, she is simple-minded, and secondly, she is a family member and has absolute loyalty to Wayne. Even if Wayne's lies are extremely clumsy, she can still think of a suitable reason. In this way, Wayne could be deceived by her 9 times in one night. "I see." Salosia nodded, her faith had already paved the way for her future. After solving one enemy, there was another enemy, as if she saw a path to promotion. She didn't need to think too much, she just had to complete the assessment again and again. Facing Salosia's admiring gaze, Wayne felt guilty again and said, "Next, I will suppress the realm and show you how to deal with this powerful enemy. You can watch from the side. If necessary, I can a sneak attack from behind, taking this opportunity to change your upright character. This is a shortcoming, do you understand? I will try my best." The brilliance of humanity shines so brightly that even though he is a fool, Wayne can't help but blush. He followed the trend, his eyes were red, and he aimed at Sosna below. Affected by the surging fire element around him, 2 heavy heat sights shot down, and the deep pool of magma exploded with a bang. Sosna came using Kane's body, unable to exert his full strength, and was continuously disgraced by Wayne. In anger, he strengthened the life field, changed Kane's life essence, and turned it into a black scale with a body length of 100 meters. Python. The giant python has a huge head, its eyes are flashing with cold red light, its mouth is full of intertwined fangs, and a fiery red letter hisses and stirs the wind. It bathed in the red magma and swam out of the deep pool. Red spots dripped from its deep scales, but it was not affected in the slightest. The huge figure entrenched in the ruined mountains and forests reminded Wayne of Monica the skimmer. Condescendingly, there is a dark strip in the grass. The giant python's body continued to expand, expanding from 100 meters to 1,000 meters like it was pumping up. The energy spilled stirred up a thunderstorm and caused a tragic cloud in the sky. Black and red lightning entrenched in the thick clouds, and countless thunder snakes scurried away, emitting a bit of sulphurous breath. The smell of hell. Wayne's energy was greatly boosted and he no longer felt sleepy in an instant. He looked at the 1,000-meter giant python in surprise. Are you also a devil? The faces of Austin and her Hanat/Mona jumped before his eyes, and Wayne really believed it this time. Whether his physique turns his enemies into devils, or whether he can bump into devils when he goes out, the smell of sulfur is unmistakable. The third person who wants to be the dark goddess, Sosna, the devourer of gods, is born from hell. He is a real devil. The snake is one of the symbols of the jealous lord. Wayne was full of curiosity. Does the dark goddess have something to do with hell? That's right, she wants to make progress so much that she can't let go of the ownerless hell. For a moment, Wayne also began to think about whether he should go to hell in the future. If he could become a god in hell, he would save a lot of energy. Speaking of which, what happened to my bat demon clone? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 435. Wayne suddenly remembered his hell avatar, the bat demon. Born on the altar of arrogance, possessing some of the 7 deadly sins, he is a highly gifted newborn devil. From birth to now, it has been a full year and a half, less than 2 years old, which would be a long time before a human cub is weaned. The bat demon was taken away by the gate of hell as soon as it was born. Because it is a reincarnated avatar, it lacks internal thinking, let alone IQ, not even basic mind, plus its strength is average. Except for being handsome, it has nothing good, and is just a dish on the hell table of the average devil. Wayne suspects that this thing is dead, unless a female devil has a maternal instinct and takes it home to raise as a child. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't expect it to be of any use. Wayne stared at the giant python below. The breath of the devil is unmistakable, and he can't make a mistake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 1,000-meter-long black python incarnated by Sosna raised its head and opened its bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashing coldly, and its 2 scarlet eyes shot red light towards the sky like spotlights. A section of the obelisk emerged from the mouth of the black python, and 4-color energy spread all over it. This obelisk is very different from the obelisks in the god's domain. It is larger in size and contains more information and laws. Under its guidance, many obelisks scattered throughout the land of the god's domain are weathering faster, and a steady stream of law information is spread between heaven and earth. At the same time, Set's thoughts disintegrated with the collapse of the obelisk, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and there seemed to be a silent roaring and questioning. Wayne knew what Set was angry about with the brain of Solozia. This old god had retired from the version. He really thought that there was still integrity in the world. He was betrayed and indignant. Sosna resurrected Set not to pick a powerful ally for himself, but to fatten him up and kill him. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. If you want to be the best, you must eat people. Boss, can he devour the law of information? Soloxia was shocked. The new enemy that Faith arranged for her was too strong. She might not be able to defeat him. You stay here, I'll be back soon. Siloxia's innocence made Wayne feel ashamed. He flashed and landed 100 meters above the black python's head. The black python that Suoskina turned into held the obelisk in its mouth, and its snake mouth expanded to an extremely exaggerated degree. It shook the thunderstorm with its thoughts and roared with the wind and lightning. Between heaven and earth, a majestic and loud voice sounded, shaking the earth and undulating, "This is my ability, devouring everything. I can only be the servant of the goddess, and you will never surpass me. Suoskina, don't talk about surpassing. If you can keep up, I will lose." Wayne curled his lips, "I'm not blind. I can see that you do have the ability to devour everything, including the laws, but do you have the ability to digest them?" "You don't have to worry about that," Cessna said unhappily. "On the contrary, I do have to worry about this." Wayne fixed his eyes on the obelisk in the mouth of the black python. Cessna's devouring ability is indeed very powerful, almost catching up with the Book of Greed. But the Book of Greed can digest it after swallowing it, and light up its small eyeballs according to different laws. Cessna obviously doesn't have this ability. He swallowed the laws of thunder and storm and couldn't digest them. He condensed them into the shape of an obelisk in his stomach, and then used this obelisk to exert the power of the two laws. This is also a Taoist monk, who has stomach stones. No, he has even produced relics. The way Cessna swallows the laws is completely different from the Book of Greed. Let's not talk about the latter, it's a cheat. The former condenses the laws in his body, makes them into artifacts, and then uses the artifacts to exert the power of the laws. He might be able to transform the law into his own use through his own efforts, but the speed is definitely not as fast as the Book of Greed. Just a roar from the cheater. The Book of Greed poked its head out. Seeing Cessna feasting, it was almost anxious because it could not get on the table. Why is he in a hurry? There is a person serving dishes on the opposite side. It is not too late to eat after he finishes serving the dishes. Wayne crossed his arms and watched Cessna make the obelisk bigger and stronger. He saw the transport captain packing the logistics with his own eyes, and his evaluation of the devil was raised to a higher level. He can achieve what he has today, and even the archangel can be killed under his crotch. The devil investor has contributed a lot. Seeing Wayne's calm posture, Cessna was quite angry. He showed his strongest ability, but the other side not only had no reaction, but also had some contempt. A punch hit the cotton, and he was very unhappy about the failure of pretending to be powerful. You don't need to hold on. If you lose, you lose. The facts will not change because of your stubbornness, Thunder roared, as if Wayne was talking to the whole world. Since you said so, I'll show my ability too. Wayne raised his arms and released the suppression of the Book of Greed. In an instant, a terrifying suction force spread from his body. Countless twisted tentacles of thought exploded like gunpowder barrels, plundering wherever they passed. The information laws that originally rushed to Cessna were all redirected to rush towards Wayne. Not only that, the four elements far away at the edge of the god's domain were also wrapped in a fiery red, and rushed towards Wayne at a crazy speed. It was like a large-scale fan meeting, afraid that if they were a step slower, the idol would run away. This. The wind stopped, and there was only one thunder of silence. The red light radiating from the black python's eyes was not as bright as before. A strong fear rose in Suoskina's heart. Wayne's plundering efficiency was faster and stronger than his. Although they were both devourers, Wayne not only swept away all the delicacies on his table, but also reached out to his table. The obelisk in the mouth of the black python turned into sand, and a large area of information laws went away. Suoskina wanted to stop it, but found that he was powerless. According to Wayne, the devourer is not the holder of the law, he is just the porter of the law, and the destined transport captain. Devourer, right? Your title is good, and it will be mine in the future. Wayne's eyes flashed, and the tentacles transformed by his thoughts spread out without restraint. During the dance, all the information or four elements touched by him were rolled into his body by the tentacles. Those who were not caught by the tentacles also actively rushed into Wayne's body at this moment. The scene of running in both directions made Wayne look like a black hole with infinite gravity. Sologia. The demonstration was very good, but she couldn't learn this move. Can you do something easier? After a brief panic, Sosna quickly reacted. The strong fear turned into a strong killing intent, vowing to completely wipe out Wayne's mind. He was proud of his own abilities. Seeing Wayne, who was superior to him, he was afraid. He just wanted to ask the Dark Goddess, who is the name of the devourer sub-god prepared for. Gulp. The black python swallowed half of the obelisk, fearing that the law would continue to escape. The 1,000-meter-long huge body turned into black mist and dispersed. After reorganization, it turned into a dark giant with a height of 10 meters. This giant was bare-chested, with a strong physique, sturdy and powerful, and his skin seemed to be made of steel. It flowed with a faint dark light and radiated black and red thunder. The giant had a broad forehead, high eyebrows, a majestic and cold face, and a dark red light flashing in his eyes, like two burning flames. Wayne looked at the dark giant. His strong body had an indescribable wild power, which was clearly the evolutionary path of Set, the god of storms and thunder. The devourer can indeed digest the laws for its own use. It has no disadvantages except that it takes a long time. It is the beggar version of the Book of Greed for the poor who went bankrupt and lived on the streets. Sosna reassembled his body, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost real. With the idea of killing Wayne, he waved his hand and held the black thunder in his palm without a word, and rushed directly up. He took a step forward, and the thunder was powerful. Countless black lightning turned into an electric grid and spread out. The sky was covered with clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it was covered with dark clouds and could not be seen. The violent black and red electric currents gathered from all directions, pulling out winding light and shadows in the black curtain, reflecting Sosna's body. He was wrapped in dark red electric currents, causing the cyclone storm to dance wildly, with thunder and lightning in his hands, sweeping down at Wayne. Dense energy suddenly erupted, and the black and red light illuminated the entire world. The thunder magma roared and swept, expanding rapidly as if there was no end. It was swung out from Sosna's hand and spread for thousands of miles. The range of the attack was exaggerated to the point of being difficult to describe. The black and red light flashed, and then the world roared, the mountains broke, and the obelisks fell like wheat being cut. The strong wind crushed the earth, and the endless dust waves rolled away. Wayne was blown away by the strong wind. He compared the size of the opponent and did not use the divine artifact. He waved his hand to the sky and held the lightning spear in Soloxia's hand in his palm. Soloxia, look at it, this is how to use the praise of excellence. Wayne's body swelled, white foam in his body grew wildly, and twisted tentacles coiled into muscle lines, supporting a 10-meter-tall body. He was wearing elemental armor transformed from wind and thunder, raised his 5 fingers, and pushed forward fiercely. The life force field spread, and under the reshaping of the mind, the tip shot out like an arrow, and after a deafening explosion, it knocked Suo's Kina back. Unlike the false life force fields of other legendary wizards, Wayne has mastered too many information laws, filling them all in, and the heavy life force field has become a physical entity. Just one step further, it can be materialized into a divine domain. Boom! After landing, Suo's Kina crushed a mountain, raised his arms, surrounded by black and red arcs, waved his spear, and once again used a big move to clear the field. His use of the law also remained at the level of powerful bricks flying. After the deafening roar, the earth was in a mess, the sky was dark and the clouds collapsed, and the tilted wind and lightning were like the sky falling. 2 figures wrapped in thunderstorms collided with each other, separated by 2 spears. The energy hurricane boiled, the air blasted and whistled, the shock waves swept and crushed the earth, creating tsunami-like dust waves. In the sky, the dark clouds were defeated by thunder, and after they fell apart, they were blown away by the hurricane. The onlooker Saloxia tilted her head and looked at the two giants fighting and competing in brute force, with a string of question marks floating over her head. To be honest, I didn't understand what was so great about Faith's use of the excellent praise. She had always used it this way, and her method of use was more sophisticated. As soon as the thought came up, it was extinguished by Saloxia. Faith taught by example and did not hesitate to lower his cultivation level. She actually thought that Faith was just average, which was somewhat lacking in self-knowledge. I didn't understand it because it was too profound. If I look carefully, I might understand it if I'm lucky. After a while, Saloxia felt a little dizzy. It's too profound, I can't understand it anymore, my talent is not as strong as I thought, I must work harder in the future. Boom! Waves of dust rose into the sky, and a figure smashed through the wall of air waves and flew backwards. Wherever it passed, black and red lightning spread all over the body, rendering the earth into a world of black mud. Sosner. As his thoughts gradually descended, the impact of his own life field on the environment became more and more obvious. He vowed to kill Wayne and attracted a large number of thoughts to descend, almost to the point of recklessness. The most direct manifestation is that Kane's body is completely contaminated and can never return to human form. At the same time, the weak thinking was washed away by the strong energy and exploded with a bang. The great sage became a vegetative state, and his body was completely owned by Sosna. This body was not his, and it was restrained when used. Many of his abilities could not be used. In order to pursue higher output, he had to attract more thoughts. He could feel that Wayne had reached his limit. As long as he was stronger, victory would be within easy reach. Sosner regarded Wayne as his formidable enemy on the road to becoming a god. The Dark Goddess arranged for a competitor whose ability was still above him. His only advantage was that he had the upper hand and became a demigod earlier than Wayne. If he could not make good use of it, advantage, when Wayne catches up, only failure awaits him. Ho ho ho! The dark giant raised his arms and shouted wildly. With a thunder spear in one hand and a hurricane shield in the other, his majestic body strode across the black mud. Black lightning shot down from the sky, hurricanes danced in the air, black mud covered the ground, and a complete realm of life was about to take shape. Wayne faintly sensed a crisis. Sosner was more powerful than he imagined. His power seemed endless and there was no limit in sight. He was obviously just a demigod, only one level higher than the legendary mage, but it gave him a sense of crisis when he faced the gods directly. At this point, Sosner is just a thought coming, not a complete thought. For a moment, Wayne looked directly at God again, and the image of God in his mind also grew taller. During the battle, he didn't have time to think too much. He shouted and raised the praise of excellence high above his head. Dazzling thunder and lightning gathered together, and a manic hurricane traveled in all directions, stirring up the space and creating ripple-like waves. A destructive energy gathered in Wayne's hands, and the thunder was wrapped in a hurricane. As the dense wind tightened, the thunder slurry was compressed into a solidified white ball of light. Every time a wisp of electric arc spilled out, it tore apart the space and pulled out a winding black line. Saloxia swallowed softly. She could not achieve the terrifying thunder energy at her peak, so. Brain, get moving. Saloxia brainstormed, and after a while she suddenly realized that any micromanipulation of the rules was all a lie. Like a big tree, if you cut off the details, the ultimate truth can be clearly expressed in one or two sentences. Ordinary principles may seem crude, but they are actually the most fundamental interpretation of the law. Derivative usage is putting the cart before the horse. It seems that one has understood the true meaning of the law and goes one step further on the basis, but in fact it misinterprets the true meaning. Thunder is thunder, storm is storm, it is the purest violence, no need to beautify it with gorgeous clothes. Solozia nodded secretly, her eyes flashing with lightning. Boss, I understand. Below, Sosner stopped and was surprised by the powerful energy controlled by Wayne. Through the rough appearance, he saw the power of the law piled up behind him. He did not laugh at Wayne's crude use of the law, but was surprised by Wayne's learning speed. What's wrong with being rough? How many people want to be rough but still can't get it? Sosner himself is incapable of it. He has obtained the two laws of thunder and storm for a while. He has studied them hard and used them for his own purposes. He seems to destroy the world with a wave of his sleeves, but his essence is dark. Credit. This surprise immediately made Sosner sober up. Thunder is not suitable for me. What I should devour is another kind of power. Sosner watched expressionlessly as the storm rushed high into the sky with thunder wrapped in it. The expanding thunder ball was like a sun, twisting the space wantonly and blooming with destructive power. You have repeatedly provoked me to introduce my thoughts into the world, you have the same idea as me and want to completely eliminate your competitors. Sosner figured out the cause and effect, and was glad that he woke up in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He took a deep breath and looked at the divine realm of storm and thunder with nostalgia. The divine realm he excavated has become Wayne's home field, giving the other party the ability to obliterate him. It's not a good place to stay for a long time. Sosner was decisive and returned to the kingdom of God like a flood of thoughts, a good opponent, capable and strategic. I almost fell into your scheme. Today is your only chance to defeat me. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Red light danced in Sosner's eyes, and the charm of thunder and storm no longer appeared. He was reluctant to give up these two divine powers and instead sought a law that was more suitable for him. Hell. He comes from the abyss, and hell is the ideal place for the devourer to achieve godhood. However, it is not that easy for me to give up these two laws. I will give you a little gift. I hope you will like it. A smile appeared on Sosner's lips, his mind reshaped his body, and he turned into a 1,000-meter black python again. The black python opened its bloody mouth and spit out an obelisk soaked in darkness. The thunder and storm were bound by evil chains, dead and lightless, and lost their original colors. Not enough. Ha 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 ha. A thick dark fog dispersed above the black python's head, and in the fog, the devil's face was twisted and twisted. Sosner released his original form, and his 1,000-meter snake body rose with the black fog, and his bloody mouth opened wide, wanting to swallow the thunder and storm in the sky. Wayne frowned and watched this scene, not understanding why the other party suddenly committed suicide. Can you eat so much power of law? Wayne didn't understand, so he decided to respect Sosner's choice, raised his hand and raised the excellence salute, causing the dazzling thunder like the sun to fall to the ground. The lightning spread all over the sky, and the terrifying aura rose step by step, as if the world was destroyed. Compared with the sun, Sosner's 1,000-meter snake body was as insignificant as a black earthworm. Even if he could swallow the sun, he would not be able to digest it. It will explode. Crash. The sound of flesh and blood being torn and bones and tendons being broken sounded, and the black python decomposed in mid-air. The inky dark energy wove a large net, connecting the scattered flesh and blood into one piece, and strengthening the black python's body to a terrifying degree. The snake kiss that covered the sky and the sun opened, and swallowed the thunder ball with a gulp in the eyes of Wayne's amazement. Bang! Bang! The first sound was Wayne's voice, and the second sound was the silver-white lightning that pushed away the air, instantly shattered the space, shattered part of the divine domain, and turned it into the original four elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The shock wave swept across, the terrifying air wave whistled past, the blazing lightning evaporated the land and the ocean, the manic hurricane hit all directions, cleansing the world with trembling and buzzing. In the center of the manic energy field, a black vortex twisted itself, and at the edge, the mirror-like cracks scattered the four-color elements. The black mist incarnated by Sosna stood in the center of the vortex, overlooking and admiring his masterpiece. A wisp of thought rushed out strongly, and transmitted his voice to Wayne's ears. Your ability and wisdom are both qualified to be a competitor of the goddess. The vision of the goddess never disappoints. I admit that you are a strong opponent and I need to go all out to defeat you. Thanks to you, I found my own way. See you next time. I will personally crush your thoughts to show my highest respect. As he spoke, the only remaining thought dissipated itself, refusing to give Wayne a chance to finish him off. The devourer Suoska returned to the kingdom of God. Wayne, 1. Confused, let alone using Sologia's brain, he couldn't guess what Suoska was talking about with his own brain. Road, respect, and the vision of the goddess. You don't know how hot your goddess is. If I hadn't struggled desperately. Wayne pouted, his body returned to human form, and he threw the excellence praise into the sky. A flash of white light flashed, and Sologia rushed over and caught the excellence praise steadily. Wayne touched his chin. This scene seemed familiar. He couldn't help but think of Aubin. Boss, what does he mean by following God? The assessment you arranged for me is a bit complicated, Soloxia complained. She wanted to skip the boring plot stage and directly push the boss. If you can't figure it out, you don't have to think about it. I'll help you when the time comes. Wayne patted Soloxia's shoulder and pointed to the place where Suoska disappeared. He is the enemy of the next stage. Work hard. When we meet next time, take his head and offer it to me. Soloxia nodded vigorously and looked in the direction of Wayne's finger. Boss, the god's domain is destroyed, and that guy has sealed the law. When Suoska spit out the obelisk, he polluted it with the 7 deadly sins of hell, and then used the power of the thunderball explosion to send his own darkness into the entire god's domain, polluting the laws of thunder and storm for the second time. The law cannot be polluted, but it will undoubtedly take a long time to classify the chaos of darkness, hell, thunder, and storm. This was a surprise given to Wayne by Suoskina. He had a trick up his sleeve before leaving, and he is probably still laughing now. Boss, is this also an assessment of me? Yeah. I will try. You don't have to work hard, I'll do it. Wayne closed his eyes, and his limbs turned into white foam dripping. In a very short time, it turned into a pale ocean, washing over the divine domain, plundering the 4 elements and the 4 laws of information. He didn't forget to give 2 gifts before leaving. The devil is so righteous. Unlike angels, who only have a stern face and curse bastards, scumbags, and shameless. In the sky, the broken divine domain loopholes need to be filled by the 4 elements. Wayne glanced at the Book of Greed, and the Book of Greed also looked at Wayne. After confirming the look in his eyes, he didn't intend to spit it out after eating it. Wayne waved his hand to stir a ball of white foam and fill the gap with the vitality of the void. Boss, are you going to use this place to build your own kingdom of God? Soloxia looked at the gap filled by the void foam and said loyally, I have a heavenly palace that can just fill that gap. Soloxia, you are too good. Wayne patted Soloxia on the shoulder, and it was hard to say, so he simply praised her. Soloxia narrowed her eyes, smiled innocently, and did not hide her joy. Wayne couldn't stand this kind of face, and felt full of guilt. He copied and packed the 2 information laws of thunder and storm that he had plundered, and stuffed them into Soloxia's body. Boss, there are too many, I can't fit them. Don't underestimate yourself, your body has long been in my shape, and you can fit more. Wayne retracted his palm, pointed to this divine domain and said, there is still a trace of Seth's thinking, you go and kill it yourself, come back, I haven't finished talking yet. Soloxia went back, and Wayne continued, this divine domain belongs to you. Study the rules well. I need you to become stronger as soon as possible. Saloxia nodded repeatedly. If she didn't become stronger, it would be difficult for her to keep up with Faith. Just thinking about it, she said in a daze, "Boss, the divine domain belongs to me. What else, can I use it?" "That's right." Saloxia's cheeks were slightly red. Faith could change reality with a wave of his hand, and Set didn't know how to die. Now he thought he was defeated by heaven and couldn't possibly be interested in this divine domain. "Boss, you are so good to me." Saloxia's eyes were red, thinking of the dark years when she was sleeping, and regretted why she didn't meet Wayne earlier. "What are you talking about? You work for me, I can't treat you badly." Wayne was halfway through his words when he couldn't continue. "Stop talking, my chest hurts." "I'll rub it for you." "No, just rub your own." Wayne waved his hands repeatedly, feeling too guilty to take advantage of Saloxia. "Hey, what are you rubbing? Am I here at a bad time?" Idanis walked out of the portal with a smile on her face, and even coquettishly lifted the black hair by her ear. "You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 436. In this situation, with this line, Wayne wanted to say that Idanis came at the right time. Then he hugged her left and right, smiling like a winner in life. Unfortunately, he couldn't win. Saloxia was well behaved and obedient, and Wayne, who claimed to be a capitalist, was embarrassed to take advantage of her and put her in the same category as Aubin and Yulia. Idanis was just the opposite. She was thousands of years old and was definitely not a fuel-saving lamp. She consumed too much fuel, and Wayne was a little afraid of her. Idanis looked at Wayne with a meaningful smile, and then looked at Saloxia, raised her eyebrows and said, "You are willing to give the divine domain to her instead of keeping it for yourself. Is this your plan for the future?" "I don't know what you are talking about." Wayne shrugged and lightly passed the topic. Idanis did not ask further questions and said to the idiot, "Saloxia, hurry up and thank me. Without my guidance, you would not have encountered such a good faith, let alone the kingdom of God." Saloxia frowned, turned her head to look aside, and said thank you in a mosquito voice. "She still has to thank me." Idanis was happy, but not as happy as she imagined. Looking into the reasons, Saloxia was so stupid that it made people feel distressed, and there was no pleasure of being trained. Idanis suspected that this was related to Wayne's pollution, and she herself was the same. Without restraint, the polluted mind wanted to be rubbed into Wayne's body. She narrowed her eyes and sneered, "Saloxia, now that things have come to this, I have to tell you the truth. Your master is not a god, and I have no good intentions in guiding him to find you. The god of storm and thunder fell during the war of faith. Your master has been lying to you. He is greedy for your body, and everything he does is to trick you into bed." "Oh," Saloxia replied indifferently. "Oh." Idnis curled her lips, "What do you mean? Do you think I am lying to you? Otherwise, do you think I will believe you?" Saloxia was disdainful. She knew clearly who was good to her and who was bad to her. Idnis may not have had good intentions in guiding Faith to find her, but Faith definitely had good intentions. Set died at the hands of Faith, there is no doubt about that. As for greed for her body, it's so funny. Except that she didn't listen at the beginning. Faith used this trick to scare her twice, and then he didn't mention it. It is clear that Faith is a good person who doesn't like women. Even if Faith wanted her body, she could still do it. If she was not loyal, she would be absolutely disloyal. She could do it anytime. She knew that she was old-fashioned and boring, and Faith looked down on her, so she did not humiliate herself. On the contrary, Idnis flirted every day, and it was obvious that she wanted Faith's body. flirting, cheap, contradicting right and wrong, shameless. Sologia added several tags to Idnis in succession, removed the latter from the passerby list, and added her to the black list of the enemy camp. Idnis shook her head helplessly. This fun was useless, the source was dry, and there was no value in exploiting it. Idnis, what's wrong with your body? Where is Vicky's body? Did you destroy it? Wayne saw through Idnis's true face. At first glance, it was Vicky's face, and the inside was a wriggling paleness. Wayne, I'm so pitiful. Idnis whimpered twice, lifted her sleeves and wiped her pale tears. The evil slaves in my family bullied their master. First, Sosna wanted to become a follower of God, and then the dark night Wazi. They not only betrayed me, but also used violence against me. Wazi forcibly took my body away. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't have seen you. And the two little bitches, the Listener and the Avenger, are also secretly planning to overthrow the kingdom of God. If you don't help me, I might be homeless. Solosia nodded secretly. As far as she knew, the Dark Goddess was doing well now and was one of the few gods who survived the War of Faith. The Dark Goddess couldn't suppress her subordinates, so she came to Wayne for help. It fits the setting that the faith is invincible in the world. So many people don't like you. Tell me, where is their headquarters? Wayne said indignantly. It's in the Dark Kingdom of God, Idnis whimpered. How ridiculous. They didn't even call me to rebel. Don't you know I'm a professional? Wayne, I'm really pitiful. Now I can only rely on you. Hee hee. Wayne smiled with a fake smile. He would be crazy to believe Idnis's lies. If he guessed correctly, the two subordinate gods, the Listener and the Avenger, had been trained long ago. As for the devourer Sisna, he dared to speak ill of the goddess behind her back. He was obviously being trained. Because he was more cost-effective, Sisna lost his training value and was transferred to become the captain of the transport team. Wayne was puzzled. Sisna was a very promising subordinate god. If he succeeded, he would increase the market value of the Dark Kingdom. Why was Idnis willing to sacrifice Sisna? Could it be that under the influence of Sologia, his IQ had declined? Did she think that he would be willing to be a devourer and work like a slave in the Dark Kingdom? Obviously unreasonable. Wayne knew very well that with his life level, he would only go further and further in the future, and he would not work for anyone. Idnis also knew this. Leading him to the Dark Church to fight against the devourer Sosna, and sacrificing a potential stock with divine talent, is definitely not the goal. All this has just begun. Wayne did not speak out his doubts, knowing that he would not get an answer if he spoke out. Wayne, do you have a lot of questions? No. Just ask, maybe if you keep asking, questions will come. Where do you get all this nonsense? This is a simple question. Oh, wait for me. Wayne took one step forward and disappeared into the divine realm. His mind ordered Solosia to repair the divine realm and integrate the laws of information to grow as soon as possible. In addition, prevent outsiders from entering the divine domain. Except for Anastasia, no members of the Dark Church are allowed in, especially the Dark Goddess. Wayne's retention of God's domain is of great use. It's hard to say what the future will be like now, so he sees God's domain as a retreat. There are too many people blocking the road ahead, and the attitudes of several goddesses are unclear. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. The realm of storm and thunder is only one of the retreat options. Wayne prepared a large number of plans, from Plan A to SIS-999, to deal with various bulging situations. Dark Church Headquarters. The Sages' Hall was reduced to ruins, and the church's top leaders gathered together. Ivan ordered people to conduct rescue excavations to see if the great sage cane could be dug out. The oracle high priests observed the surrounding dark energy and soon found the most important treasure in the Sages' Hall. Fresco of two statues of minor gods and goddess of darkness. As for the great sage, traitors are dispensable, and digging them out is just a mouthful of spittle. Anastasia has a high prestige in the church, and she solved the misunderstanding in a few words. Wayne became the messenger of the dark goddess and a traitor who broke into the natural church. The holy lady swore an oath on her own purity and belief in the dark goddess. The oracle high priests believed her deeply and promised to resolutely protect their undercover agents and never tell the secret. Then Pope Ivan was cleared of any wrongdoing. Light and shadow flashed, and Wayne teleported to the center of the ruins. Next to him was Idnis, who could freely enter and exit the headquarters of the Dark Church without the Philosopher's Stone. Mr. Wayne is back, and Master Wise. Idiot, he is the messenger of the natural church. Oh, yes, yes, it was almost exposed. Wayne looked at these enthusiastic Dark Church executives with confusion. He received Anastasia's team voice and understood the cause and effect. As expected of his white moonlight, he has many fans and his reputation in the church is still higher than that of Pope Ivan. Everyone regarded Wayne as a passerby, and their enthusiastic attitude dimmed instantly. Wayne didn't say anything and put the Philosopher's Stone in Anastasia's hand. He has already finished arranging this stone. General Goods.jpg. When Ivan saw his daughter getting the Philosopher's Stone, his tense heart slowly relaxed. He looked at Way's eye next to Wayne from the corner of his eye, and he lowered his eyebrows and did not dare to speak. He just met another dark knight, Wise, who was taciturn and asked where Wayne lived. Ivan told the truth, right in the Holy Maiden Hall. After hearing this, Way's eye left alone. The two Wise were obviously not the same person. Any thoughts related to their beliefs were disrespectful. Ivan didn't dare to say or ask. Thinking of the terrible situation in the Holy Maiden Hall tonight, my heart ached. I've changed 3 tracks and it's endless. Ivan had a straight face, and those who didn't know it thought he was visiting the grave. Wayne came to him quickly. The great sage has a problem. He has committed many serious crimes. The goddess is very dissatisfied with him. Specifically, whatever the crime, you just have to look at the arrangements. I see. Ivan nodded. Just the words cut into pieces would make Cain's death a shame. Tisk, tisk, the Pope is so obedient. Do you serve the dark goddess or the Church of Nature? Idnis came to Wayne's side with a strange look. Ivan was sweating profusely and said cautiously, my only belief is darkness, and the goddess is my only one. But you clearly obey the words of the messengers of the natural church. This is, what the goddess means. Really, are you sure? Ivan's scalp was numb. How could he be sure? Where could he go to make sure? He didn't dare to ask in person. My lord the Pope, you know too much, Idnis said gloomily. Ivan didn't know what he was thinking, but he said out of nowhere, Mr. Wayne, you may not have been to the warehouse of the Dark Pope's headquarters. There are countless displays there. I wonder if I can invite you to enjoy them together tomorrow night. That's pretty much it. Idnis took Wayne's arm, looking like she should. Why tomorrow night? Wayne wondered, it's a long night and a lot of dreams, just in case the devil steals the papal headquarters tonight, he suggests going now. Because you might be busy today. Ivan said quietly, the number of guest rooms in the Pope's headquarters is limited, so your residence has been arranged in the Saint's Basilica. I hope you don't mind. Wayne's face straightened when he heard this, and he said solemnly, as expected of the Pope, he has the ability to predict the future. I will indeed be very busy today, and I will be busy until tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. It's all for the goddess, as long as she is happy. Ahem. Ivan clenched his fist and coughed twice. There were some things that Wayne could say but he couldn't listen to. Don't embarrass him anymore. That's it? I eradicated the great sage of insects and had a fierce fight with him. It took a lot of effort to beat him to death. If there is anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow night. The top priority is to recuperate. Wayne yawned, and under Anastasia's guidance, he went to the residence of the Saints' Cathedral. As luck would have it, he stayed in Anastasia's upper bunk. It is outrageous to say that there is no bedboard between the bunk beds in the dark church headquarters. Saints' Basilica. Anastasia is a person who likes to be quiet. She has no pursuit of luxurious materials and no spiritual needs for support. She lives in seclusion and has no one to serve her in her residence. As a saint, her safety is of paramount importance. 4 knights composed of female knights are stationed around the hall. Because it's Anastasia, these are her little crushes. And because they were too enthusiastic, Anastasia forbade them from entering the hall to disturb the Qingxiu. The layout of the main hall is similar to that of the Sages' Hall, with black columns supporting the dome. There are statues in black robes on both sides of the road, and there is a statue of the dark goddess at the end. The black robe covers her face, so her real face is not visible, but her beautiful curves are vaguely visible. Anastasia routinely introduced the statues of the previous saints to Wayne one by one, praising her predecessors for their outstanding contributions to the church. The statue of the dark goddess has nothing to introduce. She was right next to Wayne and used a somewhat lame sealing technique. Really or not, these people are so good that they can even compare to you. Wayne didn't believe it, and it must be a modest statement. His Bayuegwang is the best saint. Good for nothing but remarkable, the best saint has nothing wrong with her. Anastasia shook her head slightly, and was about to say that she was not qualified to be compared with her predecessors, but Ignace interrupted. As far as I know, the saints here all went to the kingdom of God after being promoted to legendary mages. All top-notch. Wayne. What do you mean? I am a gentleman. Solozia knows that I don't like women. Wayne grunted and tried to break free, but Ignace strengthened the seal and simply let her go. Anyway, there is no one around, so it won't affect his reputation if no one sees him. Just as he was thinking about it, Wayne suddenly realized something was wrong and asked doubtfully, Anna, have all your predecessors gone to the kingdom of God? Yes. Anastasia nodded and testified that although the dark goddess had the intention to seduce Wayne, this was indeed the case and there was no need to deny anything. Wayne's expression remained unchanged. Based on this information, it was speculated that the dark goddess treated her subordinates fairly well. Unlike the Church of Nature, the saints change every 20 years. The previous Saint Flora only had the training of a golden mage and died without a sound from the goddess of nature. This girl is surprisingly very humane. Wayne tried to analyze the godhead of the dark goddess, but still got the contradictory two sides. Referring to the physical objects around him, he guessed that those saints were not happy in the kingdom of God. The dark goddess packed them up and took them to the kingdom of God, not sparing any of them. Maybe she wanted to train them to become star furies. Ahead, Anastasia, who was about to show Wayne the double dormitory, stopped and said, Ms. Wise, is it you? At the corner at the end of the hall, the former Dark Knight Wei Zi was wearing a black robe. She knew that her existence was unreasonable, so she only talked to Pope Ivan for a few words and did not meet the Saint Anastasia. Wei Zi looked at Wayne and, with a solemn expression. Myself, who was holding Wayne's arm, had a cold and charming face, with a warm moisture in his eyes. The corners of Wei Zi's eyes twitched, and a layer of white sweat broke out on her forehead. When she received the oracle, she suspected that her faith had been transferred to others. Now it seems that the situation is more complicated than she imagined. Wei Zi didn't dare to think about it when it came to her faith, she was only extremely scared. Wayne, that's her, she took my body away, help me get it back. Ignace hugged Wayne's arm and shook it repeatedly. Wayne didn't shake, and Wei Zi started to shake. Her eyes were spinning, and she knelt down on one knee with a snap. Goddess, What kind of goddess? There is no such thing as a goddess. Unite, You'd better not talk nonsense here. Wayne subconsciously pulled Wei Zi, and then he remembered what was wrong. Wei Zi is from the side of Sosna the Devourer. How come she appears here and has her body recovered? Wayne's thought sensor scanned the memories in Idnis's mind. When he saw it, the Dark Goddess was defeated by the Dark Knight holding Twilight Extremis. She was forced to abandon her body and run away, and she said a harsh word before she did so. I will come back. Ridiculous mother opens the door for Ridiculous, outrageous is home. Wayne didn't think much and ignored the false memory. He looked intently at the trembling female knight and saw the water stains dripping from sweat on the ground. Obviously, he is another unlucky guy who has been trained. Wayne, come on and grab your body back. Anastasia and I will accompany you later, Idnis said loudly. Visible to the naked eye, Wei Zi was shaking all over. Although she didn't know what was going on, she knew too much. Wayne rolled his eyes and forcibly pulled out his arm. Oh, by the way, you look exactly the same as Knight Vichy. You must be her long-lost twin sister. Don't dare. Wei Zi said hurriedly, I am waiting here on the order of the goddess. Lord Wayne, I will devote all my loyalty to you for the rest of my life and serve you like the goddess. What kind of routine is this, a new way to trick people? Wayne was full of doubts. He was not stupid enough to believe that the Dark Goddess gave him a daughter to make him happy. Arranging Wei Zi was a means, not an end. What about the purpose? Wayne analyzed the clues at hand and found that there was only one truth. The Dark Goddess asked him to compete with Sosna for the throne of the third slave god. Whoever wins will be the devourer who represents the power of the Dark God. Wayne has already overturned this possibility. He will not be content to be inferior to others, and the goddess will not be so naive. What do you want to do? Wayne looked at Idnis and said calmly, to be honest, my ability is not enough to pose a threat to you. Even if you tell the truth, I can't resist. I am very optimistic about you and want you to become the third subordinate god, Idnis said truthfully. You should know that it is impossible. Try it, what if it works? Think it through, and you will die if you try it. Do you also want to become a famous painting in the dead world? Wayne vaguely felt that the Dark Goddess was betting, no, raising the bet, but he didn't know what the other party wanted. After a moment of silence, he came to wise and looked at the female knight who knelt respectfully below. He knew very well who the other party was kneeling to. It must not be him. Knight Vichy, you said you would offer me all your loyalty and serve me like a goddess. Yes. I have a question, and I hope you can answer it immediately. Wayne said bluntly, one day in the future, I will confront the Dark Goddess, and only one can survive. Who will you be loyal to? Vichy was silent, and sweat kept dripping to the ground. Look, I have no reason to put an undercover in my body. No, with your relationship with the goddess, the future you are worried about will not happen, Vichy said hurriedly. Who allowed you to interrupt? I haven't interrupted yet. Wayne interrupted with a cold snort, grabbed Vichy's arm, and took the female knight, who was as soft as noodles, to the corner of the wall. Wayne clasped Vichy's face with 5 fingers, and his palm melted and wanted to turn her into his own shape. Only in this way, he was willing to believe in Vichy's loyalty. Just when he was about to take action, he changed his mind and stopped. How terrible his pollution is, the Dark Goddess knows it well. If you send people here, you will not be afraid of being polluted. It is possible and very likely that the pollution will play into the other party's hands. Wayne retracted his hand, and Vichy, who lost her support, slid down the wall and sat on the ground. Her face was pale and her eyes were blank. She was obviously still in shock. For a demigod to have such a reaction, it could only be related to the collapse of faith. Wayne frowned secretly. Vichy's 3 views could not hold up because the goddess found a little white face. Her faith collapsed. This shows that in Vichy's mind, the Dark Goddess is sacred and has no stain. Could it be that there are two dark goddesses, one full of majesty and the other bitchy, the former is used for official purposes and the latter is used for fun? Knight Vichy, tell me, what happened between you and your twin sister? I don't have a twin sister. No, you do. Wayne squatted in front of Vichy. If you don't have a sister who flirts with me, the woman who flirts becomes the dark goddess. You don't want your faith to degenerate like this, right? Vichy was in a trance, and felt that what Wayne said made sense. So, you have a twin sister? No, I don't. Wayne was confused. These members of the Dark Church, the Saint, the Pope, and the Knights were all more principled than each other. They would rather die than live in disgrace. Did they know that this would make the Dark Goddess look like a scumbag? She is not worthy of you. Only people like Austin are qualified to claim to be the Dark Orthodoxy. Okay, let's skip this topic. What happened between you and the mysterious woman who is suspected to be a twin sister? That Lord hopes. Wei Zi probably understood what Wayne meant, cast a grateful look, and then told the cause and effect. Equally matched, defeated, not serving two masters, kicked out, one servant of two masters. The above is not Wei Zi's original words. Wayne summarized it and it was roughly the same meaning. He has always been good at idioms. Wayne raised his hand to touch his chin, his own chin, and examined Wei Zi's face. The latter held his breath and waited for the punishment. What will you do if I refuse to accept the goods? Offer loyalty to my faith, Wei Zi said without hesitation. Speak human language. Die to prove your will. What a threat, I'm scared. Wayne was curious about the purpose of the Dark Goddess sending a girl. If she was a beauty to behold, and wanted to go the pillow whip wind route, intending to use the beauty of women to dissolve his desires, it would be a bit contemptuous. The goddess underestimated him, and also underestimated himself. Wayne pondered for a moment. Well, since you are homeless, I will take you in. Master? No, just call me boss. Wayne interrupted. Today is your first day at work, it is a probation period, I want to test your level. If you are not good enough, leave after the probation period, don't let me help you look decent. Wei Zi looked stern. What test? You. How is your card skill? Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 437. Card skills. You mean gambling, right? A white-haired figure flashed before Wei Zi's eyes, and she frowned slightly and said, Boss, gambling is wrong. There is nothing wrong with this statement, and everyone knows that gambling and drugs are irreconcilable. Wayne agreed in his heart, and his face was expressionless. That makes sense, go on. Seeing Wayne agree, Wei Zi was encouraged and said, 9 out of 10 people lose in gambling. People who are involved in gambling have no good end. Addiction breeds luck and revenge psychology, which distorts a person's personality. From the perspective of a magician, gambling consumes a lot of time and money. Magicians who are addicted to it will not only ruin their future, but also ruin their interpersonal relationships by borrowing money everywhere. If they are in a high position, the negative impact caused is extremely terrible. She is a cold and taciturn person, but she talked a lot today, and her words were full of disgust for gambling. Wei Zi, you are so right, I think so too. Wayne supported Wei Zi's shoulders and pulled her up from the ground. I am very honored to receive your recognition. But I like playing cards. Wei Zi's eyelids jumped, and she said something very treasonous. She felt that this person and that person were a good match, and they were both good at playing with people's mentality. Speak, are you dumb? Actually. Wei Zi lowered her head and said against her conscience, playing cards has many benefits. It can exercise thinking and logical ability, enhance brain vitality, and allow magicians to relieve fatigue and maintain stable thinking and a happy body and mind after heavy work and practice. Continue. Playing cards can also expand social circles, enrich life experience, and gain more opportunities and knowledge. This is especially important for magicians. Okay, seeing that you don't talk much, I thought you were a stubborn and conservative old knight. I didn't expect you to be quite sensible. Wayne patted Wei Zi's shoulder to show his approval. Wei Zi lowered her head and said nothing. She was just a knight, and whatever the boss said was what she meant. Since you are so obedient, you will follow me in the future. You will do a 3-month probation period first. If you perform well, you will enter the second round of probation. Wayne couldn't guess the operation of the Dark Goddess, so he decided to keep her and see what happened. The goddess is not a pushover, and he is not a good person either. He can't lose in terms of momentum. It's definitely not that. A white-haired figure flashed before his eyes, and he was ready to have some fun. Even if he took a step back, the former Dark Knight looked good, and it would be good to leave him alone. Especially Wei Zi's chivalry spirit of adhering to principles. In order to please the boss and keep her job, she had to break the bottom line, which gave Wayne a little excitement of pulling a good girl into the water. He couldn't really pull a good girl into the water, so he had to let Wei Zi do it for him. It wasn't his fault. He saw it all. It was the Dark Goddess who pushed the knight into the fire pit. Hey, did that woman use my hand to train her own knight? That night, the Holy Maiden Hall was filled with the sound of clapping. Those who understand, playing cards. Wei Zi's card skills were terrible, and she didn't have the prestige of the god-chosen knight who dominated the card table. Considering that there were 2 bosses at the card table, it was reasonable for her to lose 9 games in a row. After the game, Wayne and Anastasia both left. Seeing that they were in a hurry, they must have important things to discuss. Idanis hugged her shoulders and looked at Wei Zi with a smile. You lost to me a total of 36 games. According to the bet between us, you have to accompany Wayne for 360 years. Do a good job, and neither he nor I will treat you unfairly. I will follow your orders. Wei Zi had a blank expression on her face, and couldn't guess what the Dark Goddess was thinking. Why are you still standing there? My body has been returned to you. It's not appropriate for me to make a big move with this body now. You go to help Anastasia to add fuel to the fire. Be more responsible. She is a good saint. I like her very much. Don't let her suffer too much. Goddess, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Wei Zi tried to keep calm, but she couldn't hold it in the end. Following the oracle and the principle of accepting defeat, she walked to the saint's dormitory alone. The original saint's dormitory was temporarily changed to a guest house because the Dark Church headquarters had limited guest rooms, and only hosted Wayne, the messenger of the natural church. Looking at Wei Zi's heroic sacrifice, Idnis's mouth curled up and murmured, "Of course, you are also very interesting, but unfortunately I have more important things to deal with, and I can't train you personally during this period." The dark vortex spread out, and Idnis touched the ground with her toes, and fell into the darkness with the reclining chair. Behind the vortex is the Dark Kingdom. On this day, the polluted part of the Dark Goddess's mind returned to her loyal kingdom of God. Let's talk about the guest house. In fact, there is nothing much to say. Wayne took out a copy of The Adventures of Tintin and translated the idioms in the book for Anastasia. The latter had excellent comprehension and quickly put it into practice, perfectly interpreting the essence of the idioms. Hesitant to speak, reluctant to refuse, unable to stop, haste makes waste. There may also be something like a woman of desire is frightened, but these 4 words are forced together and cannot be considered an idiom, so I won't expand on them here. Vichy came to the door of the guest house and heard the sound of playing cards and noisy whispers in the room. Her hand knocking on the door stopped in mid-air, and she couldn't knock or let go. Thinking about the order of the Dark Goddess, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and knocked on the door lightly. "Boss, I'm in. Go out." Boss. Go out. Weighing the pros and cons, Vichy had to listen to the goddess' words and the male god's words. She compromised the orders of both parties and chose to stand guard at the door. To prevent rumors of the saint snatching the pretty boy from spreading, she thoughtfully set up a soundproof barrier. The next day, the saint was ill and was unable to attend the welcoming ceremony for the natural church. The messenger of the Church of Nature was not present either. Hearing that the saint was feeling unwell, he knocked on the door of the next door a few meters away and brought some earth remedies from his hometown to treat her illness. Such an outrageous statement would have spread rumors in other churches that the saint had lost her purity. The dark church won't. It's not that the top leaders of the church are innocent, but Anastasia's character has always been very strong. Even if the Pope outrageously arranged Wayne's bedroom in the Basilica of the Holy Virgin, no one would be suspicious. First, there is no doubt about the faith of the Pope and the saint. Secondly, even if faith is put aside, the father can still harm his daughter. Then, Wayne is an undercover agent placed in the Church of Nature. He is one of his own. With the Pope's arrangement, there must be some ulterior secret. Finally, the former Dark Knight Wei Zi is also in the Saints' Hall. The presence of this noble knight is enough to prevent any impure developments. They can always make up their mind. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Wayne left the Saints' Basilica with a full heart. He lived up to expectations and successfully alleviated the saint's condition. If he prescribes another prescription, Anastasia will be cured in a few days. Looking into the reason, it is simply that she became ill due to overwork. The saint worked hard for her faith, day and night, never complained, never got out of the firing line even if she was slightly injured, and maintained a very high spirit of bull and horse for many years. Such a high-intensity workload would be unbearable for even a tough person, not to mention that she is 100 years old. It happened that the great sage apostatized, and the saint blamed herself for letting her faith down, and she was frightened and fell ill. Vichy. The knight's heart is like the headquarters of the Church of Nature, with grass everywhere. Wayne took Wise to the Pope's office. Before closing the door, Pope Ivan put his hands in his pockets, not knowing what his opponent was. After closing the door, Pope Ivan stood with his eyebrows lowered and his eyes submissive. Wayne sat behind a huge desk. Ivan, don't be so restrained. This is the night Wei Zi. The goddess has left. Now you are the boss of the church. The goddess has always been in my heart, Ivan said without missing a beat. Mature. Wayne nodded secretly, stood up, and gave up his desk. In any case, this is an old father-in-law. He likes Anastasia very much, and his sense of Ivan is much higher than that of Austin. As long as Austin is 30% as good as Ivan, he will not go around spreading rumors and waiting to see the world's cannons. It's all Austin's fault. Idnis left for unknown reasons, and Wayne speculated that she would take her contaminated mind back to the kingdom of God for research. Wayne is not as optimistic about his pollution ability as before. The dark goddess's mind is polluted, but she can still go her own way. The monsters in the other world can ignore the pollution and kill Bamo to the point of defeat. The world is very big and there are strong people everywhere. Just because you have killed a few demons, you cannot be complacent and think you are invincible. Even if we are truly invincible, there will still be enemies from heaven. The road to evolution is long. You can be proud, but you cannot be arrogant. The 7 deadly sins are forbidden. Ivan didn't sit down, insisting on standing like a slave, and Wayne didn't force it. The goddess made arrangements before she left. You still have the final say on major matters in the church. Don't open doors of convenience just because of some nepotism. In principle, it's not allowed. It just doesn't work. Ivan did not dare to refute, so he nodded in agreement, asked when he would go to the warehouse, and said in a vague way that the weather was dry and things were dry, so be careful with the candle. It's not urgent. There are 2 things you need to arrange. Wayne said, "The first thing is that the Dark Church supports the Natural Church. You didn't agree last time and talked about some principles with me. I have no choice but to bring the goddess here to give you a warning. My visit period is only 10 days, and it has already been 3 or 4 days. If you arrange for the saint to return for a return visit, to go on a mission to the Church of Nature, and for both parties to sign a non-aggression treaty, it may not be useful. At least it can make the people below feel at ease. The second thing is to investigate the followers of the great sage. Have you heard of the belief in the god of storms and thunder? It has been on the rise recently, and it represents an evil force behind it. The goddess is not happy about it. The Dark Church needs it as soon as possible. And complete the division." Yvonne looked at the Dark Night Wazi. The goddess's night bodyguards obeyed Wayne's words just like they did. They protected the master during the day and the master at night. The instigator behind the scenes was self-evident. Although the goddess didn't say it clearly, the saint and the knight were given to Wayne, and he wanted to come to the church. "I will make arrangements as soon as possible so that the Holy Lady can return to the Natural Church headquarters with you. Then it's settled." Wayne nodded and went to the Dark Church's treasure house under the leadership of Yvonne. Rat enters the granary.jpg. March 26. Osteria, Ven. The Dark Church's envoy arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Nature. The envoy was the Dark Saint Anastasia. The Natural Church gave it a very high standard of reception and sent its own Saint Dussa. The saint of the Dark Church made a personal visit, causing a huge sensation at the headquarters of the Church of Nature. Thanks to Saina's intentional or unintentional publicity, all the credit falls on Wayne. Although the two churches of nature and darkness are not mortal enemies, due to the two churches of sun and moonlight, which are allies, they have always been unpretentious towards the darkness. At most, they are only strangers and cannot be friends. In the same way, the Dark Church has always had a cold attitude toward the Natural Church. The two sides have never crossed paths and rarely interacted with each other. Wayne was able to break the cold relationship between the two sides in just 10 days, and also brought the Dark Saint on a visit. He suffered so much and endured so much hardship that anyone with a little bit of brains couldn't help but feel sad for him. Wayne, the High Priest of Oracle, has given too much to the Church. That night, after the welcome ceremony, acting Pope Senna met with the Dark Saint in the Pope's palace to discuss strategic matters in secret. There are many people and wisdom, so Wayne was specially called in. Wise guarded the door with a dark face, set up a soundproof barrier, stared at the three little ones opposite, and warned them not to come forward, let alone eavesdrop on the secret letters between the two religions. Sigma. Winky face. The three little ones in the white robes of secretaries were Odelia, Regina, and Nelson. They were glared at by the icy big sister with a paralyzed face, and they were scared on the spot. "What should we do? Should we go in?" Nelson said worriedly. "Forget it, her eyes are gouging people. But we are secretaries, responsible for recording the content of the meeting. Is it possible that there is nothing to record in the room, and writing it down will be a banned book?" X2. Odelia and Regina were silent. Nelson was new and didn't know the relationship between the Natural Knight and the Dark Saint. He only heard that Pope Senna and Dark Saint Anastasia had a very bad relationship, and maybe they had already fought in the room. They did fight, but the way they fought was slightly different from what Nelson imagined. Odelia and Regina lamented that they were too dirty, but kept silent, unwilling to tell Nelson the truth, lest her worldview be polluted by the bad power scene. Odelia looked at Vichy from the corner of her eye. She was a very beautiful big sister, especially her domineering aura and cold temperament that kept people away from her, which were very consistent with Wayne's aesthetics for selecting wings. A silly and innocent girl like Regina would not work. If he was left alone, Wayne would leave her alone. According to the list of the diplomatic team, Vichy was the saint's accompanying bodyguard, responsible for Anastasia's food, clothing, daily life, and personal safety. Odelia knew that it was wrong to think so, but she still felt that Vichy and Wayne were too close. Odelia couldn't figure it out. Her boss boyfriend looked ordinary, why was he so popular with women? Inside the house, Wayne sat on the chair behind the desk, Senna sat on Wayne's lap, she put her arm around Wayne's neck, shared today's color number, and then looked at her good sister provocatively. Saint, do you remember what I said to you when we were in the frozen continent? Your Excellency the Pope, as a leader of a church, your words and deeds have discredited the Church of Nature. Compared to the saints of some churches, I am already very self-disciplined. After all, I don't have to stay pure. Senna laughed tremblingly. Wayne had untied all her constraints and could freely mock anyone, even Wayne's mother and Bayu Egwang. Of course, freedom does not mean irresponsibility. She has to pay the price for her words and deeds. Facing the ridicule of her mortal enemy, Anastasia was not angry. She was in a good mood and smiled, "Thank you very much for introducing me to a perfect faith. Let me guess, you are not the only one now, you must be regretting it, right? This little bitch is still so annoying." The two women looked at each other, and a spark collided in the air. Unconsciously, Wayne became a spectator on the sidelines. Wayne wanted to put these two together a long time ago, but he never found the opportunity. Today he got his wish, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Fight, fight. Wayne knew that they couldn't fight, but it didn't hinder his fantasy, because they were too close, and the fire in the city gate affected the fish in the pond, and Senna soon caught the handle. The female pope never concealed her desire for faith, and because the opponent she cared about most was beside her, she rolled very hard. Anastasia cursed her bitch face inwardly, and when she saw Wayne waving his hand, she walked over shyly. The Adventures of Tintin 2. After talking about business, it's time to talk about business. I have already arranged for the Dark Church. Anna is here on behalf of the Dark Church, and you are the Pope of the Natural Church. You both have important positions in your respective churches. After today's meeting, you can publicize it tomorrow. Wayne embraced her left and right, smiling like a winner in life. In his arms, the two beauties looked at each other coldly. The short-lived comradeship was not enough for them to let go of their past grudges. Although it was called a grudge, their grievances were actually very simple. As both outstanding magicians, they were often compared with each other, and they admired each other and respected each other. Because their respective positions could not be expressed, they became open and secret struggles over time. Generally, Senna fought openly, and Anastasia followed in the secret struggle. Wayne grinned. Senna ruled the natural church with absolute violence and power, while Anastasia gained the support of the believers with virtue. Although their styles and routes were different, their positions in their respective churches were the same. As their belief, Wayne became the behind-the-scenes boss of the natural church and the dark church through them. It's true that those who are righteous have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous have few supporters. Wayne spoke, and the two women had no objection. After a few words of discussion, they finalized the outline of the non-aggression treaty. There was no wrangling. They all represented Wayne's interests. Wayne hoped that the situation would stabilize as soon as possible, so they reached an agreement as quickly as possible. After the small meeting, they would sign in front of the group at the general meeting tomorrow, and then they could announce it to the outside world and express the close cooperation between the two churches. Tomorrow is too soon, let's leak a little bit of information first and see what the reaction is. Wayne interrupted. Senna frowned. You mean, there are still unstable factors within the natural church, and we will take this opportunity to uproot them? No, with your skills, those few insects can't make big waves. Wayne gasped in a low voice. Ludwig was too close to Prussia. For his own future, he almost sold the entire natural church. I seriously suspect that the Church's division in Prussia has gotten out of control, and the Pope's decree cannot be conveyed. There. Will the natural Church split? That's what it means. Wayne narrowed his eyes. Although I am not a Pope, and I don't like power struggles, my family background has been involved in the business of rebellion, so I know a thing or two about the knowledge involved. Prussia will not go against the natural Church in a big way, he will win over one group and suppress another, and it couldn't be easier to win over through the devil's container. I see. Senna's lips curved into a sneer, looking forward to the changes in the situation in the future. What did Heavenly Father and the Holy See say? How is the contact? The Holy See attaches great importance to it. Your path is indeed very wild. The Pope has sent an envoy who will arrive soon. I hope to meet you alone, Senna said. What do you say over there? The Holy See doesn't want to talk to the natural Church. Even if I am the Pope, they just want to meet you, Senna said, slightly unhappy. Don't be angry, I'll help you find the place when the others arrive. Wayne put his arm around Xiang's shoulders and coaxed him. By the way, what's going on with the woman outside the door? The former Dark Knight. I thought you would bring the Sky Goddess here, but it turned out to be her. Senna lowered her head and saw the back of Anastasia's head. Sarosia does not belong to the circle, you don't need to care about her, Wayne said matter-of-factly. That goddess is ugly. On the contrary, she is very beautiful, and, very pure. Wayne praised Salosia's innocence. He felt ashamed of himself and was willing to protect this innocence. Senna couldn't understand it even more. Isn't dying black and pure the best operation for Wayne? Why doesn't it work for the Sky Goddess? As for Dark Knight Vichy, she is a knight given to me by the Dark Goddess. The goddess wants to train me to be the third slave god, and she is one of her team members. Wayne shook his head. The Dark Goddess's IQ is nothing more than this, Senna mocked. You can't say that. She has follow-up plans. I can't guess the details for a while. Anastasia remained silent because Wayne had just interrupted. When the anchor was pulled and the ship set sail, Senna pushed Anastasia away. Thank you for your hard work. I won't have anything to do next without you. Back to the beginning, the quarrel started again. During Anastasia's visit to the nature church, Wayne's little life was boring. Every day was either a conference or a small meeting, and he felt that he had lost a lot of weight. On the contrary, the Pope and the Saint were full of energy and even more beautiful. Putting aside these boring daily routines, Wayne took his 2 secretaries to research materials every day. He moved a large number of flammable and explosive paper documents to the Dark Church warehouse. It records the Dark Church's research on the devil, the void, and heaven. Some are limited to theory, and some are mixed with a large amount of experimental data, giving Wayne a push on the road of evolution. Ultimately, Wayne is the void, and his strongest form is the pale knight. Death knights, elf forms, etc. are all attempts on the road of evolution. The vest can be used forever, but no matter how much it is used, it will not replace his life essence. As his research deepened, Wayne vaguely realized that he did not need to insist on mastering the rules. His evolutionary path is destined to return to the void. Law information is just food, nourishment to strengthen himself, just like the magnificent void universe, filled with countless laws. But it's just filling it in. Knowledge is used for evolution rather than fighting, because on the road of evolution, it is inevitable to encounter all kinds of enemies, so evolvers use knowledge as a weapon. Obsessing with the power of weapons is putting the cart before the horse. That's it, I understand again. In the library in downtown Wayne flipped through a philosophy book and lamented the uselessness of his gestures. He came here to wait for the people of the Papal States. The headquarters of the Natural Church is a philosopher's stone. Anastasia has deep faith in Wayne and is willing to step into it, but people in the Papal State will not, even if the Pope also has no doubt about Wayne's origin. On the left and right sides were Wayne's 2 secretaries. The bodyguards were not brought and were placed next to Anastasia. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wayne?" A handsome young man appeared in front of Wayne, with a humble smile, aristocratic elegance and calmness, which made people's eyes light up and subconsciously created a favorable impression. "Hello, I'm Wayne." Wayne stood up and stretched out his hand to the young man. The young man wore a white suit and wore white gloves on his hands. He held Wayne's hand. "Dilda, it's a great honor to meet you. The Pope is right. With your outstanding appearance and temperament, you stand out in the crowd at a glance. Can be found. Jiao Huang, this guy, will know how to broaden his path day by day. The reincarnated angel Wayne is very handsome. Is this a secret that can be widely publicized? Just this once, not next time. When you stare into the abyss stares into you." When Dilda looked at Wayne, Wayne was also looking at this blond young man with good temperament and perfect appearance. This face stood on the male ceiling and only missed catching up with him. As expected, this is an angel. "So, where is your special nun?" Wayne glanced over and did not see the robbers that the Pope had placed beside Dilda. "Mr. Wayne, it's not convenient to speak here. If you don't mind, please come with me. I also have a companion I want to introduce to you. She has an extreme personality and speaks very bluntly. I hope you can bear with me." "Companion? Is there another angel?" Wayne raised his eyebrows, and it sounded like he was an angel reincarnated as a woman. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 438. Just as the rooftop is the preferred meeting place for the traders, the angel chose to meet in the church. Dilda and his colleagues kept a low profile on this trip. Their mission was to conduct an infiltration investigation. There were no accompanying personnel to avoid unnecessary attention. Wayne walked and talked with him, secretly saying that it was outrageous. Let's not beat around the bush. With the appearance of a reincarnated angel, he would get a lot of attention wherever he went. He couldn't keep a low profile at all. In the 500 meters just now, many men and women looked back and looked at him who was walking side by side with Dilda. The curious eyes were so hot that he felt a little embarrassed. In addition, Dilda stood out in white everywhere, and there was no intention of keeping a low profile at all. Wayne wanted to complain, but he was afraid of affecting Hexeunyo's personality, so he suppressed his old complaints, talked and laughed with Dilda, and walked into a small church. The church occupies a small area and is located in a residential area. Wayne brought two secretaries to the backyard and saw a woman praying with her eyes closed by the flower bed. Under the tree, a nun in a white robe and blonde hair stood quietly. The long robe was as pure as snow, without a single flaw, fluttering gently in the wind, fresh and elegant. The nose was high, the lips were thin and rosy, the lines of the face were soft and clear, the face was carved like jade, and the blonde hair was like a waterfall, beautiful as if she walked out of a painting. Sacred and beautiful, people couldn't bear to disturb her, for fear that this exquisite sketch would be blown away by the wind. Wayne looked at the woman in surprise. This holy and extraordinary temperament was almost catching up with Anastasia, the white moonlight in his mind. Moreover, she was beautiful enough to keep pace with his 3 luxury cars. "So, this is what you call low-key?" Wayne couldn't help but spit out the old complaints that he had been holding back for a long time. With the looks of Dilda and this beauty, plus him, the rate of turning heads when walking on the road is 100%, how can you talk about low-key? How much do you look down on the Prussian SS? Odelia and Regina are just average-looking people. Can they lower the average value of their looks? That's fine. Hearing Wayne's voice, the woman opened her eyes. Her blue eyes were clear and she nodded to Wayne. "Nice to meet you, Heya." "Wayne." Wayne stretched out his hand and shook it with the other party. Behind him, the 2 little ones were surprised by the charm of the little sister. They thought that only the big sister could surpass them. They never expected that Heya, who was only a few years older than them, was also so perfect. What's wrong with this world? Where do so many beauties come from? The literary girl was exhausted and felt that her life was just like this. Instead of fighting, she might as well start. Wayne, these two don't seem to be nuns from the Holy See. Hea spoke very directly and coldly. Wayne understood what she meant and explained, these two are my secretaries. They have followed me since childhood. They are also undercovers I planted in the natural church. I will take them with me wherever I go in Osteria. Where are your nuns? Hea was slightly displeased. In London, I have always suspected that London hides a powerful devil. Just in case, I asked her to stay in London and not leave. Wayne told the truth, and then said, where are the two nuns? In addition to Dilda and Hea, there is no other life in the chapel. Wayne was very curious. According to the routine of kidnapping hostages by the church, Dilda must be accompanied by a nun. What about Hea? Is it a jiwi for nuns or a jiwi for priests? If it has not been arranged yet, please be sure to tell him where the registration office for the recruitment of priests in the Holy See is. There are no nuns around Hea and me. Dilda started to explain. These two reincarnated angels are lucky. They were born around the Papal States, especially Hea. Both of their parents are clergy of the Holy See. At a young age, they became fans of holy light magic. Next, they were discovered by the Pope and entered the Papal States for further study. Hea awakened very early and refused. Dilda, this cannot be said. Hea interrupted and frowned at Wayne and the two secretaries behind him. The identity of the reincarnated angel was of great importance. Wayne was the reincarnated angel that the Pope had repeatedly confirmed. She was willing to believe Wayne, but she was unwilling to believe the two secretaries. The two human girls were a bit redundant, and hoped that Wayne would let them leave. So you have awakened and are a real angel. Wayne looked envious. I can't do it. I haven't awakened my memory yet. I don't know what my name is in heaven. I just have a dream occasionally. A voice in the dream told me that on the day I was born, the whole heaven was calling my name. X2. Hea's eyelids twitched slightly, thinking of a newly discovered reincarnated angel some time ago, who was as shameless as Wayne. As far as she knew, the bastard named Kerr was from Windsor, London, like Wayne. Damn London people, the atmosphere of the Papal States has been corrupted by you. If they were reincarnated angels who had awakened their memories, Hea would be willing to believe in their character. Now, I can only say that I don't like them very much. Dilda raised his hands to cover his face. It was obvious that the two of them didn't get along well. After a few words, the air was filled with a smell of gunpowder. Wayne, Hea has awakened, and you and I haven't recovered our memories yet. We should give her some leeway. Dilda clenched his fist and coughed lightly, acting as a peacemaker. Hea, you too, I remember very clearly that before coming here, you were full of praise for Wayne, praising him for repeatedly exiling the devil, upholding justice, and consolidating the glory of heaven. He was an extremely excellent reincarnated angel. Why did your attitude turn cold after meeting? I didn't say that. Hea snorted coldly. So she is a tsundere. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin. To be more precise, she is a fake tsundere. It is said that tsunderes will be retired from the version, but it is nonsense. Tsunderes have never been retired from the version. Those who disappeared are just passers-by female supporting roles who are only tsunderesing but not tsunderesing. She was short-lived and became a loser sister. Diamond suit Tekan Diamond suit O. The word tsundere emphasizes that you should suppress before you praise. If there is no tsundere but only tsunderesing, it is destined to be unpopular. Veronica is a typical tsundere, and Hea is like this. It remains to be seen. Anyway, Wayne didn't see where her tsundere was. She was proud of awakening the memory of an angel and was unwilling to talk nicely to ordinary people. Even if she had nice words, it would probably be condescending appreciation. Not bad, she has some training value. As the reincarnation of Archangel Heshino in the world, Wayne knew very well how high his status in heaven was. No matter how arrogant Hea was, she couldn't be as arrogant as him. The moment her identity was revealed, her expression must be very exciting. I can't wait. Le.jpg. What are you laughing at? I thought of something happy. My nun is about to give birth. X2. Dilda closed her eyes directly. He tried to ease the relationship between the two, but Wayne kept dancing in the minefield. He was powerless and didn't care about what happened next. You have defiled your reincarnated body. You should know that when we return to heaven, we will take our human bodies with us. If you leave offspring behind, it will only make the Papal States. Hea looked unprepared and stopped talking halfway. Words that are not conducive to unity cannot be said. I think Wayne should understand. It turned out to be true. Wayne nodded secretly. Mona had said something similar to him before. After that, she pressed down Hexunyo's hands. He was a little unconvinced at the time. Humanoid angels did not conform to the aesthetics of heaven. There must be a transformation process when entering the gate of heaven. He never expected that Mona was not playing with romance. She was serious. Even if there is a transformation process, it must be based on the reincarnated body. No wonder the archangel broke down on the spot and cursed so many dirty words. Things have already happened. It's useless to say these now. As for my identity as a reincarnated angel, my two secretaries know it well. There is nothing to hide. As he said, Wayne hugged the two secretaries in his arms. Both women were Wayne's followers. Knowing that Wayne was looking for trouble, they immediately cooperated. Odelia looked shy, and her red cheeks were like delicate little apples, making people want to take a bite. Regina didn't have such a good acting skill. She arched in Wayne's arms, and then glared at Hea. That's right, she slept, and polluted the pure body of the angel. What can you do? Hea was so angry that she trembled all over, and a ray of golden light appeared in her eyes. She was stunned, and the golden light in her eyes dissipated. She said lightly, "They are all pure virgins. If you want to fight with me to determine who has the right to speak, you can just say it directly, and there is no need to slander yourself." As he said that, he snorted lightly. "Although you are full of lies, I won't care about it for your purity." X3. Odelia and Regina were immediately speechless. Their lies were exposed. Facing Hea's contemptuous smile, they felt a little embarrassed. "Boss, it's all your fault. If you had done it, it wouldn't be so embarrassing today." Okay, I'll do it another day." "And Regina, she can't be found out." "Ah, what does this have to do with me?" "Steamed buns, you don't support the device." The three of them exchanged their thoughts, and Wayne silently exited the dialogue sequence. Looking at Hea, who was quite complacent with the victory, he curled his lips and framed her. "You, an angel, are somewhat arrogant." Hea's face turned pale, and he said angrily, "You, an angel, how can you say such a vicious curse?" "Good guy, it turns out that the 7 deadly sins have a miraculous effect on angels to attract hatred. There are more useful postures. Go back and confront the archangel." Wayne's eyes lit up, and he said, "Hea, you are not only arrogant, but also jealous, furious, greedy, and lustful. You have fallen." "Nonsense. Look, furious. Because you are awakened, and Dilda and I are not awakened, you think you are superior. This is arrogance. You often lose your temper with me, which is furious. You falsely accuse me of wanting to seize power, which is greed for power, and as for lust." Every time Wayne said a word, Hea's face turned pale, and she closed her eyes and muttered to herself, begging for forgiveness for the sins she had committed. After waiting for a while, seeing that Wayne had no more words, Dilda asked curiously, what about lust? Why did you stop? Keep talking. You look gentle and refined, but you are also a black-bellied person. Wayne chuckled in his heart, Hea has big breasts and long legs. I have ideas when I see her. Why does she look so vulgar? She is clearly a walking lust. Vulgar, Hea scolded. Look, you're anxious and furious again. Hea took a deep breath, closed her eyes and prayed to God to forgive her sins. Wayne secretly thought it was interesting. He had been too close to the goddess of darkness recently, and had been somewhat influenced by the dark wind. Seeing that Hea was very valuable for training, he increased his output and said, you said I was vulgar, then I ask you, is there a reincarnated angel named Ker in the Papal States now? Hea, are you talking? I don't want to say dirty words, Hea said disdainfully. You are arrogant again. Whether you admit it or not, Ker is a reincarnated angel, plus me, Archibald, and Dilda are 3 perverts. Wayne patted his chest and said proudly, our angels are like this. What does this have to do with me? I don't have that kind of desire. Dilda whispered that after Hea awakened, he rejected the nun/sister secretary, and also rejected his benefits. I was a little unhappy at the time, but later I found that nuns were indeed not as fun as holy light magic. You shameless fellow, you have ruined the reputation of heaven, Hea glared at Wayne. It was all these bad reincarnations that caused the reputation of angels to plummet. Arrogant again. This is not arrogance, it's judgment. Hea's chest rose and fell with anger, pointing at Wayne and said, I want to fight you in a one-on-one duel, wake up your memory, and see who you are in heaven. Is there a possibility that as soon as I stick out my tongue, you have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Wayne was eager to try, but thought it was not the right time, and continued to taunt, let's fight in a one-on-one duel, you arrogant angel who doesn't want to face reality, just say it if you are greedy for power, but you have to stand on the moral high ground to challenge me. You are not happy with me, and I am not happy with you either. Dilda. Hea screamed, almost breaking her voice in anger. Okay, let's be frank. We are all family. Don't get angry. Dilda said something fair. He was unwilling to spread out the life force field, including Wayne and Hea. He was also considerate to send Odelia and Regina to the audience. A picture full of holiness and beauty slowly unfolded. The sky showed an indescribable azure blue, like an upside-down blue sea, with countless stars dotted inside. The ground was covered by boundless clouds, and golden mountains rose and fell in the white clouds filled with holy light. The breeze blew by, and there was peace and tranquility. An upside-down world symbolizes the paradise in Dilda's mind. Oh my God, you are talented, you are a legendary wizard. Wayne looked at Dilda in surprise. They were also reincarnated angels, while Ker only had the strength of silver level. Then he thought that it was probably because of the Papal States. Dilda was close and was discovered early. The Papal States poured a lot of resources on him, so it was no problem to produce a legendary mage. If they couldn't produce one, it would be a problem. Thinking of the next meeting, Ker was beaming with joy and said that he was a legend. Wayne couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure and decided to work harder. He must become a demigod when he saw Ker next time. Boom. Wayne, the battle is about to start, what are you still thinking about? The violent wind blew, and Wayne's clothes rustled. He raised his hand to block it in front of him and combed his messy back hair in the wind. In his eyes, Hea held a holy spear of heaven, with golden flames all around her, sacred and majestic eyes, and a pair of white wings behind her. It was the same style as the holy spear pendant Wayne had received before. He suspected that it was wholesaled, and each reincarnated angel pope gave one. The weapons were wholesaled, and the nuns were also wholesaled, without any sincerity. Wayne weighed the SSR Archangel in his hand, and decided to be generous for once, considering that he had drawn a miracle, and not to bother with Jiao Huang. Before fighting, you have to remind your opponent. Considering your good character, I will only do 3 points of my strength. Wayne snorted, waved his hand and took out a half-finished Philosopher's Stone, and in the dark and hideous laughter, he turned into the appearance of a hell devil. Unlike other hell-style devils, the devil he transformed into has a pair of black wings. The sudden change made Hea and Dilda a little overwhelmed, especially Hea, who frowned and said unhappily, "What are you doing? Take out the holy light and fight me. The devil you transformed into is just like the real one. This will bother me a lot, thinking you are an undercover sent by hell. He. Hea, pen." The devil mocked the angel to the fullest, and the devil transformed by Wayne didn't look like an actor at all. Hea knew that he used the unfinished Philosopher's Stone to complete the transformation, and he was still an excellent reincarnated angel inside, but he couldn't help but get angry, and wanted to punch Wayne in the mouth, grab his tongue, pull it out and cut it off. "Hea, I haven't awakened my memory, and I don't know who I am in heaven, but my experience in the world tells me that if you want to defeat the devil, you must learn to humble yourself. Only by understanding the devil can you defeat the devil." Wayne's voice was hoarse, as if he had throat cancer, and he opened his mouth to reveal his white teeth. "This pair of black wings represents my determination. As long as I can defeat the devil, I will not hesitate to fall into hell." Hea didn't know whether Wayne was telling the truth or not, so she decided to believe him for once, and said coldly, "Good belief, I allow you to fight me in this appearance. You too, a walking lust, I allow you to use this obscene body to fight me." Wayne was interrupted mid-sentence. He raised his hand and held out his black sword, blocking the holy spear that penetrated his chest. He faced Hea's angry face. "You haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you know that I didn't finish the sentence just now? It's easy to create ambiguity." Hea was furious and did not want to talk nonsense with Wayne. She waved the holy spear continuously in her hand. The golden holy flame ignited by the golden rule was so powerful that it crisscrossed with golden light and fire rain, forcing Wayne to retreat continuously. Wayne was left reeling, like a small boat in a storm, ready to be overturned by a huge wave at any time. "Just don't turn it over." Hea was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that this half-finished Philosopher's Stone was so powerful. Not only could it bring Wayne's transformed devil to life, but it also contained the extremely evil 7 deadly sins. Experts will know if there is one as soon as they take action. Hea could see that the holy flames could not ignite the black chains surrounding Wayne. If he wanted to defeat the opponent as soon as possible, he must increase his output. But in this way, the half-finished Philosopher's Stone will be destroyed, internal conflicts will intensify, and it will be difficult to be colleagues in the future. Walking lust, do you have no other means besides shaking your breasts and dazzling your eyes? Damn it, the internal conflicts are intensifying. Let's tear out his tongue today. A string called reason broke in Hea's mind, and the flames of holy light around him surged. The speed of the spear was doubled. The surging golden fire covered the sky and the sun, and a white dragon appeared in the sky. It is not a giant dragon in the form of Senna and Megan. It has a slender body and an appearance closer to the oriental totem that Wayne recognized. The giant dragon is hundreds of meters long, with ferocious spike-like horns on its head, 2 wings on its back, and only 1 pair of front claws. The whole body, including the wings, is wrapped in armor made of golden rules. It is like an unknown alloy, with gold patterns on a white background. Horizontal and vertical energy grooves intersperse and move around, breathing like a rhythm of holy meaning, filling this giant dragon with energy. The future technology style. Is there also talk of mechanical ascension in heaven? Wayne was stunned for a moment. He raised his sword to block a beat slower. Hea kicked him in the chest in anger, and his body flew out, creating an impact line on the land covered with white clouds. Shatter a small mountain condensed with golden light. Ho 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 ho. High in the sky, the giant dragon lowered its head and roared. On its white visor, two golden rays of light lit up. It spit out dazzling beams of light and bombarded down towards Wayne's position. Boom! Boundless air waves rose, and at the center of the explosion, a huge dark face rose with scarlet eyes and a large jagged mouth laughing silently. Chains of white light shot out from all directions, wrapping around the dark face and strangling it into pieces. After that, the shock wave of the explosion dispersed very quickly, pushing away white clouds and sweeping in all directions, crushing the nearby golden mountains and turning the blue ocean and sky into a turbid mess. Dilda looked distressed and saw that Wayne's two secretaries were calm and unfazed. She asked doubtfully, "Aren't you worried?" Although Hea is still in the fusion memory stage and has not regained all her strength, but Wayne has never awakened, and he used the power of the devil, and his attributes are incompatible. He may be seriously injured by this blow. The boss said, "There is no harm if you smoke. It's not a big problem." The boss dared to stimulate that walking lust, so he never considered the possibility of losing. Ottilia and Regina said one after the other. "What is walking lust? You two really dare to say it? Can you respect Hea? If she hears it, she will definitely deal with you severely. You are too confident, and your walking lust is very powerful. We'll see. The boss is more powerful." High in the sky, Hea held the holy spear of heaven, fluttering her wings and standing on the top of the giant dragon. Her eyes were filled with golden light, watching the changes below. Ja. The black wings broke through the sea of clouds and emerged from the sea. Wayne held a big sword and soared into the sky, standing at the same height as Hea. The broken body was missing a leg and was wrapped in sinful chains, which could be repaired very quickly. "What I just wanted to say, Wayne, are you really not a devil? You have mastered the 7 deadly sins a bit too much," Hea said coldly. "It's just an external performance. Thank you for your praise. If I can deceive the angel, I will be more confident to break into the devil." Wayne accepted the praise humbly. "I didn't praise you." Hypocritical. Chatting with Wayne actually caused some chest pain. Hea tried her best to calm down, but she still couldn't help but feel angry. "As for the 7 deadly sins, you think I have too much control. I hold the same view towards you. I would like to ask, are you really not a lustful person walking in the world?" Hea tightened the holy spear of heaven in her hand. If there were no other last words, the next step would be to fight to the death. "I know you are dissatisfied, so let's make a bet. If I win today, I will call you walking lust from now on." Wayne was very fair. "If I lose, how about you just call me devil from now on? You have no future. Just tell me whether to gamble or not. It's a bet." You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 439. Let's bet. Hea gritted her teeth and uttered a word. She has awakened, found her real name in heaven, merged her memories, and regained her power. Although it will take some time to regain everything, she is far ahead of Wayne. Moreover, Wayne used the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone to transform into a devil to fight her. The power was borrowed, and the gap was even greater. In short, the advantage is mine. It's a deal, don't regret it. I should say this, don't break your promise if you lose. It's so funny, go to London and ask around, everyone knows my character, and the devil will give me the middle finger. Wayne is quite proud. How can the honest and trustworthy young man be a person who gets his reputation in vain? Hea's chest hurts, and she doesn't want to listen to Wayne's noise pollution. She points the spear in her hand forward and drives the dragon to roar and charge. The two were less than 100 meters apart. The dragon accelerated and arrived. Its ferocious mouth opened, holding the holy flames, and a torrent of straight beams of light rolled down. The surging flames swept across the sky, reflecting the blue sky and the surging white waves of the sea. In the strong light, the figure of the black-winged devil raised his long sword to block, and as the black triangular shield was broken, it was burned to ashes by the rushing flames. The residual light flickered, and Wayne's figure appeared above the dragon's head, swinging the big sword in his hand and accelerating to cut towards Hea. Trivial tricks. Hea was disdainful in her heart. The straightforward attack had no tactical qualities. If he was dead, she could use holy light magic. She would not care about Wayne's size change at will. After all, his character was there. You can't force something that you don't have. The holy spear of heaven stirred the holy flames and soared into the sky. As Hea raised her arm and stabbed forward, the terrifying force dragged the space and opened a light curtain visible to the naked eye. At the tip of the spear, the angel's golden rule condensed a bright golden light. The tip of the gun touched the blade. On one side was the sacred golden light, and on the other side was the sinful dark light. The golden rule and the 7 deadly sins were clearly distinguished. In the brief stalemate, no one could do anything to the other. Hea let out a light sigh. As usual, Wayne had too many 7 deadly sins. If it weren't for the Pope's solemn promise, she would have regarded such a person as a devil when she met him on the road, and would have killed him first and then tried him without saying anything. Wait, could he really be a devil? Hea's heart skipped a beat. Thinking carefully, whether Wayne was an angel or not, it had always been guaranteed by the Pope, Archibald, Kerr, and others, and the basis was all from the Golden Rule Bible. It's not that the Golden Rule Bible is unreliable, nor that Wayne's guarantors are all weird and untrustworthy, but that what you hear is not what you hear, and what you see is what you see. Hea had never seen Wayne use holy light magic. He kept repeating the 7 deadly sins of hell. He acted like a real devil. Even angels couldn't tell the difference. So, is there a possibility that the real Wayne is dead and this Wayne is fake? The devil discovered the reincarnated angel Wayne and attacked him at the critical moment of his awakening. He disguised himself as Wayne and pretended to be a reincarnated angel. Because the stigmata and the eye of judgment could not be faked, he used brilliant achievements to cover up. The devils that were repelled by Wayne were all fake. They were acting with Wayne. Hea's heart sank. She was not a dark angel, but she had to be on guard because it was a serious matter. After all, this thing is exactly the same as the devil. It is arrogant when it opens its mouth and lustful when it closes its mouth. Let alone angels, even devils can't recognize it if it is thrown into hell. The more Hea thought about it, the more it made sense. He held his spear against the downward black sword and said coldly, "You are the devil. What are you in a hurry for, walking lust? You haven't won yet." "No, I mean." Hea told his guess, "You are a reincarnated angel disguised as a devil, and those devils you drove out of the world are cooperating with you to act." Wayne. He didn't say anything, and heard the devil investors cursing in his ears. They didn't curse him, but were angry at Hea. "Why don't you say anything?" "I guessed it right." "No, UK said, give you a sign language to experience it yourself." Wayne clenched his empty hand into a fist. In Hea's puzzled eyes, he slowly raised a middle finger. "Vulgar, you are indeed a devil," Hea shouted. "Vulgar, you are indeed lust." Wayne's voice became louder, and the sword in his hand shook slightly. The blade avoided the tip of the gun, and transformed along the gun body, flapping its wings and accelerating to chop towards Hea's shoulder. The sword move was powerful and heavy, tearing the wind and roaring. If this move hits, Hea will be clear-minded at best, or lose an arm at worst. If it hits a little harder, the Golden Rule will fail to fight against the 7 deadly sins, and will be stained with the black of hell, and will really become lust walking in the world. Hea is experienced in combat. Facing the great sword coming at him, he flapped his wings and retreated, while raising one hand, and his slender fingertips cut through the golden light. His palm was covered by a pair of metal gloves, and he caught the black greatsword steadily. The black light of the greatsword surged, and the sinful toxins invaded and attacked, but they were all blocked by the metal gloves and could not touch Haia's holy body. Then, the metal gloves extended upward along Haia's arm, wrapped around his shoulders, chest, and back, and covered him with a layer of white battle armor with a sense of science fiction. The white background with gold patterns, horizontal and vertical golden energy lines interspersed, is the same as the dragon armor below. The armor covered Haia's whole body. 2 golden lines appeared on the visor, and 3 vertical lines were drawn down from the left and right eyelids. The wings were also covered with a large area of armor. The metal feathers stretched out, and the golden light was sharp and cold. So handsome. Looking at the smooth lines of the metal angel, Wayne drew out his sword and walked away. He looked at his body and silently said, "Change." The effect can't be said to be average, it can only be said that it is not there at all. Haia has wings and can glow, a positive character. Wayne is envious, thinking of the holy marks carved by Hexunyo on his body. He is struggling whether to have a holy transformation. Devil, stop acting, you are not an angel at all, and you can't transform. If you say so, then I won't change. Wayne snorted, knowing that the devil transformed by the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone could not defeat Haia, so he decisively gave himself a buff. Externally, it is still a black-winged devil with long arms and legs, and internally, the pale knight is on the level. Buzz buzz buzz. The black sword buzzed and trembled, and a strange energy wave spread out. Wayne held the sword in one hand and spread the 5 fingers of the other hand. The 7 deadly sins materialized into entities, and the 5 sinful chains were held in his palm. This undoubtedly confirmed Haia's guess. The devil mocked the angel in person. The metal angel roared and drove the dragon straight up. Murderous, fighting to the death. The violent holy flame light column swept in like a raging wave. Wherever the light passed, the blue sea and sky evaporated, the clouds and the earth were twisted into several sections, and the golden mountains collapsed and shattered. Haia, what are you doing? It's just a competition. You are a little too much. Dilda sent the voice to Haia's ears, but did not get a reply. He secretly said that it was troublesome. He said to the 2 secretaries helplessly, "Your boss is eloquent, and Haia is a hot-tempered person." He was squeezed by him. After all, he clearly did it on purpose. Thank you for the compliment. He is always good at scolding people. You 2 are also troublesome. What kind of boss, what kind of secretary? Dilda raised his hand to cover his face. Since you don't care, then I don't care. Having said that, I still decided to take care of it. He waved his hand and took out a holy spear of heaven, clenched his hands and held it upright in front of his chest. His eyes turned golden, emitting surging protective power, strengthening the life force field to prevent Haia from killing and destroying his life force field. The key is that this mission is on, so you must be low-key and not let the breath of the angel leak out. Boom. He. In the sky, the phantom of the devil raised the dark sword, accompanied by a sharp and piercing grin, and boundless darkness rushed out. This darkness turned into a phantom of the demon god with a height of hundreds of meters, with black mist rising around it, like a burning demon flame distorting the air. It should have been a pure energy phantom, but because it was entangled with the 7 deadly sins chain, it was full of sins and had the qualifications to touch the truth. This trick came from the research archives of the Dark Church, and was obtained by Wayne to develop his own devil form. The shadow of the demon god punched out, and boundless darkness surged, turning into a surging river of black mud, colliding with the holy flame light column. The 2 surging forces collided violently, and the gold and black colors were squeezed and twisted, and the deafening sound was like thunder. In the center of the violent energy field, the shadow of the demon god stepped forward, blocking the way in front of his body with 5 fingers, and rushed to the front of the dragon. The dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a point of golden light condensed in the center of the metal fangs, and another beam of light was ready to go. The demon god clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and blasted at the dragon. With a muffled roar, the whole fist was directly inserted into the dragon's mouth. After a brief silence, the dragon suddenly closed its mouth and bit it and would not let go. In the mouth, the gold and black colors were wildly intertwined, and the wanton energy vented out from the teeth, sometimes colorful gold, and sometimes colorful darkness. The dragon bit the arm of the demon god's phantom, and the demon god's phantom grabbed the dragon's tongue. It was unclear whether Wayne locked Hea or Hea locked Wayne. In short, in the audience, it was immoral for them to do this. It is worthy of being a walking lust x3. Boom. There was too much energy accumulated in the dragon's mouth. The golden rule and the 7 deadly sins were tied, and neither could do anything to the other. Because the two energies could not coexist, they exploded directly like a volcanic eruption. Visibly, the 100-meter dragon stretched into a straight line, and its body swelled and fattened. Bang! The dragon's mouth was the muzzle of the gun, and with a bang, the gold and black colors were smeared all over the face of the demon god's phantom. After the shot, the dragon drooped limply, with smoke lingering around it, and it lost its heroic and majestic majesty just now. The shadow of the demon god was also somewhat depressed. It seemed to be squeezed dry by the strong energy impact, and its whole body became thinner. Wayne was familiar with this scene. He had been through hundreds of battles and had rich experience. He quickly regained his strength, grabbed the dragon's tongue, and swung it around. Roars rose one after another, and the clouds and golden light shattered. From the center of the battlefield to the audience seats, there were violent earthquake-like shaking everywhere. Hea's eyes were spinning. At first, he could still hold the dragon's horns to stand. After a few glimpses, he gave up the dragon's driver's seat and flapped his wings to fly into the air. There was a loud rumble, and boundless darkness encroached. Hea looked closely, but saw the sky-covering hand wrapped with the 7 deadly sins chain grabbing him. Under the chain, the palm lines of the demon god's shadow were clearly visible. In the lines, a series of sinful illusory faces gathered or scattered. The terrifying scene made Hea's scalp numb. The armor burst into golden light and flames, and he raised the holy spear high above his head. Suddenly, the demon's big hand accelerated and attacked, not giving Hea a chance to use his ultimate move. He tightened his 5 fingers and held it in his palm, and then smashed it hard to the ground. Boom! A deep pit appeared in the cloudy land. Before the dizzy Hea could get up, he heard a whistling sound of breaking through the air and falling from the sky. 100-meter-long shadow loomed over Hea's head. Looking up, he saw the shadow of the demon god using the dragon as a weapon to smash at him. Boom! 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 The happy rhythm sounded again. After dozens of beats, the metal armor on the dragon's body peeled off and shattered. The dragon wailed and its body faded away. Wayne's hands were empty. He was a little reluctant to use it. Hea was trying to stand up in the pit with the holy spear, stumbling like a drunkard, and he sneered. What did he say? Alcohol and sex are harmful to the body, so he never drinks. Hea's eyes were hazy. His energy consumption was not great, but his head was buzzing. He saw double images of everyone. For example, the shadow of the demon god that jumped into the air was divided into 3 in Hea's eyes. She tried to shake her head. It was even more disgusting. Boom! The shadow of the demon god fell to the ground with both feet, and jumped against the pit. In order to reduce the area of force, strive for rigor, and jump on one foot. There are disadvantages to beating the small with a big one, but there are also advantages. For example, at the moment, every big foot trampled Hea 3 feet into the ground, and the whole person was lying in the black mud, sinking deeper and deeper with the footprints. The damage is average, and the insult is extremely strong. Dilda widened his eyes and said that he couldn't bear to watch it. He whispered, "She has a bad temper. If she fights like this, one of them will definitely fall today. I have persuaded everyone. Don't blame me if something goes wrong." After that, he tightly grasped the holy spear of heaven and increased the power of protection, making the defense of the life force field go to a higher level. The most direct manifestation is that Wayne felt that the ground composed of clouds became harder and more realistic when stepped on. The effect of force is mutual, and Heia's face hurts more. It's not shameful to be beaten by your own people. Being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the devil, or rubbed with his feet, Heia was so angry that white smoke came out of his body, and the golden light pattern on the face armor jumped violently. The earth roared, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. The scorching energy was unstoppable like a volcanic eruption, overturning the shadow of the demon god and sending it flying backwards. One of the shadow of the demon god was wiped out by the white light, and everything from the internal energy to the external chains of the 7 deadly sins was wiped out. Wayne exclaimed and looked at the winged angel floating in the air. The metal angel held the holy spear, with a majestic holy will, and his wings spread out. The feathers were arranged like sharp blades, and the tips of the wings pointed directly to the sky, holding up a shadow of the Eye of Judgment. Wayne had seen this move before. The archangel used it to deal with the devil, and it was extremely lethal. The fusion of Hexunyo and Mona was extremely difficult. When it was mentioned, the angels cried and the devils laughed wildly. The main theme was a sad one. For this reason, the power of the Eye of Judgment of Hexunyo/Mona could not be compared with its heyday. But when Hexunyo scolded Wayne, he made it very clear that the Eye of Judgment was extremely powerful. Don't act recklessly when you encounter it. Use the holy marks she stamped to resist some of the impact. She said, and added that she was not worried about Wayne's life or death, but that Wayne was alive in the front, which could attract the devil's attention and facilitate her to wait for an opportunity in the back. Wayne, whether you are a devil or not, it doesn't matter what you say, and it doesn't matter what I say. The Eye of Judgment will prove everything. Heia gritted her teeth and sacrificed the Eye of Judgment, which was somewhat personal. Stop talking nonsense, it's just an eye, it seems that you are the only one with it, the walking lust, this title is fixed for you. The shadow of the demon god slowly stood up, and the disappeared legs were repaired. Asshole. On the holy faceplate of the metal angel, the golden pattern burst into 2 rays, sweeping across the sinful shadow of the demon god, and found Wayne hiding in the darkness. See where you can hide. Heia waved his wings, and a beam of aurora suddenly streaked across the sky. The tip of the spear tore through the space, cut off the chains of the 7 deadly sins, and flapped his wings to accelerate into the dark body of the demon god. Almost in the blink of an eye, he came face to face with Wayne. The black and white figures intertwined, the spears and swords collided, and the afterimages pulled. In a few breaths, there were hundreds of attacks and defenses. The terrifying energy fluctuations were vast. The darkness could not drown Heia, but was cleared out by the dazzling golden rule. Looking at the demon god phantom from a distance, it seemed that a timer had grown on the chest. Flickering. The curtain constructed by thousands of golden spear shadows and black sword lights intertwined in one place. In the vast light, Heia completed the lock of the Eye of Judgment. Or, Wayne did not hide at all. The moment he was locked, his body could not move, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly, and the supernatural induction that had not been triggered for a long time issued a warning. Danger! Wayne switched to his inner self and returned to human form. He bit his tongue tightly with his teeth. A ray of white light flashed, and a holy mark similar to a scale appeared on his tongue. In midair, a cross intersected, the light and shadow shrank, and the golden pupils shone brightly. The beam carried infinite power and penetrated the chest of the black-winged devil, dispelling the traces of the 7 deadly sins, knocking off Wayne's devil vest, and restoring his human appearance. At the same time, A strong stinging pain struck Wayne's heart, his mind was burned, and he had no escape and could not move, as if he was nailed to a cross and tortured. The pain came quickly and went even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, the crisis was over. Huh. Hea stood there in a daze. Seeing that Wayne ignored the judgment of the Eye of Judgment as if nothing had happened, she didn't understand what happened. It wasn't ignoring. She saw clearly that when Wayne was hit, a golden light bloomed in his mouth, that is, the position of his tongue. He did have a holy mark. Because his mouth was too tight, Wayne clenched his teeth and closed his lips, so she couldn't see the true appearance of the stigma. This guy is not a devil in disguise, he is really an angel. It's outrageous, it's obviously not like playing the devil. After confirming that Wayne was not a devil, but a reincarnated angel like himself, and that his true name in heaven was most likely to be above his own, Hea vented most of his anger, and the shadow of the Eye of Judgment behind him faded and disappeared. She fluttered her wings and hung in the air, holding the holy spear of heaven in her hand. She closed her eyes and shook her head. You are an angel, not a devil. I just made a mistake. What, are you going to surrender? Hea's chest hurt when she heard Wayne speak, and she said coldly, it's not that I won't fight, but it's not necessary. You have already proven yourself. Thank you very much. Wayne weighed the half-finished Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Destroyed by the Eye of Judgment, the information in the stone was in chaos. He could not put on the devil's vest until it was sorted out. You can't suffer any loss, this place must be recovered. Wayne sneered 3 times, since you voluntarily admit defeat, according to the rules, your title will be Walking Lust from now on. This is impossible. Hea was furious, I didn't admit defeat, I just didn't think it was necessary. If you insist on continuing, then fight to the end. That's nice to say, but I've already released my ultimate move. Wayne said disdainfully, you pick up your pants and leave when you're done, leaving me alone. How can such a good thing happen? You must let me come back to have a good time today. The atmosphere escalated again. After a few words, Wayne was already using sign language, and Dilda's voice reached the ears of the two of them. You two, let me say something fair. Wait a minute, this is usually what I said. Wayne curled his lips and judged others with his own words. Then it was time to deflect or add fuel to the fire. As expected, Dilda said with reason, both of them are reincarnated angels. In the end, even if there is a winner, the beneficiary will be the devil. In my opinion, it is better to count it as a tie today. The two of you shook hands and made peace. Wouldn't it be beautiful if we all worked together to fight against the devil, save the world from water and fire, and promote the reputation of heaven? As for the bet just now, it's pretty simple. A draw counts as a win-win situation. Wayne calls Hea a walking lust, and Hea calls Wayne a devil. What do you think? I know your kid is a scumbag. Wayne rolled his eyes. No, I still have my ultimate skill. Not only can I play the devil just like the real thing, but I can also play the angel very realistically. Isn't it the Eye of Judgment? It's as if I don't have one. If you have the Eye of Judgment, it means you have awakened. Hea immediately retorted, and then said, Dilda, don't fan the flames here, or I'll beat you up too. Well, since you two are not satisfied with the win-win situation, I have a lose-lose plan here. How to say? Hea frowned. In a lose-lose situation, Hea admits that she is a walking lust, and Wayne admits that he is the devil. Isn't this the same as a win-win situation? Hea was so angry that she clenched the holy spear of heaven and tried to make some transparent vents for Dilda. Tisk, 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 what else can I say? It's as if that kid can say nice things. It turns out that this is an angel who awakened after reincarnation. His IQ is only this. Wayne thought silently in his heart that he takes the overall situation into consideration and is most above board. He will never do anything detrimental to unity. Said, so he didn't say it out loud. Wayne looked on in a strange tone. Asshole. You. And you. I want to challenge you two to a duel. There was a lot of confusion, because Dilda made trouble and the battle did not continue. But it's not that there is no gain at all. Hea believes that Wayne is the reincarnated angel, and his military achievements are greater than hers. The Pope was right. Those devils who were banished by Wayne did not play the role. They came to the world with great ambitions, were chased and killed by Wayne, and either perished or fled back to hell in embarrassment. Devil's investor, that's right, we are a hell of a joke. However, although Hea believed in Wayne and admired his military exploits, she disliked him very much. After the fight, there was even less unity within the group. The life force field dispersed, and the 5 anthropomorphic creatures returned to the backyard of the chapel. Not rhetorically, these 5 just look exactly like humans, not one of them is human. Wayne led the 2 secretaries and snorted coldly, "That walking lust, you destroyed the Philosopher's Stone and prevented me from pretending to be a devil to break into the enemy. Tell me what to do about this. Devil, who do you think is lustful? Whoever agrees will say so." Wayne hummed twice and sent the repaired half-finished Philosopher's Stone into the portable space. He said dissatisfiedly, "I have been pretending to be a devil to break into the evil base, collecting evidence through humiliation, and using this trick to crush the devil several times. The conspiracy has prevented the gates of hell from opening many times in a row and combated the arrogance of hell's illegal border crossing. Blah blah blah. Way bye. It's okay now. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. I don't know when it will be repaired. Without this stone, my deterrence against hell is greatly reduced. Without this stone, the devil will come back, and the door to hell will open at any time. I understand, walking lust, you fuel the devil's arrogance, you are the undercover agent of hell placed in heaven. Asshole, I still want to kill you." Hea was going crazy. Okay, Mr. Devil, please stop saying a few words. We are all our own people. Dilda continued to act as a peacemaker. After persuading Wayne, he said to Hea, "Miss Lust, you too, it is indeed wrong for you to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. What's wrong with letting him say a few words? Once he calms down, the matter will be over. You are also a bastard." Hea felt pain in her chest, both sides, and said angrily, "Open the life force field, I want to fight you one-on-one." "What does it have to do with me?" The peacemaker was almost wronged to death. "Of course it has something to do with it. She can't deal with Wayne, and she can't deal with you either." Wayne started to output, he stirred up the shit, "No, the peacemaker can also do it." Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 440. Because Dilda was funny and cowardly, Hea managed to regain some dignity, took 2 steps down the ladder, and stopped arguing with Wayne. In the camera, Wayne led the 2 secretaries to communicate with Dilda, while Hea stood alone under the tree, talking softly, whether praying or cursing. Seeing her delicate body trembling, it was obvious that she didn't want to walk up this ladder, so she endured it for the sake of the overall situation. Every time she heard the name walking lust coming from behind her, she clenched her fists, took a deep breath and warned herself not to commit the 7 deadly sins of rage. Interesting. This guy can be trained for a long time. Wayne squinted his eyes and secretly said something interesting. "Dilda, we have met and fought, I believe you and the walking lust are both reincarnated angels, let's talk. You two come to Osterley, what do you want from me?" If it was information, he would relay it to the Papal State through the natural church, so it would be meaningless to ask again. "The information you provided is too vague. Walking lust and I were ordered to come here and prepare to find out." Dilda got straight to the point and didn't hide anything. "The first is the container of the Demon King. Wayne mentioned that Ludwig, the former Pope of the Natural Church, is very likely to be related to the Lord of Fury. It is possible but not certain and needs to be confirmed clearly. As we all know, the Demon King's containers are always sold wholesale. If there is rage, there may be others. This needs to be investigated clearly. Secondly, the Prussian top management has obtained the power of the devil. Are the decision-makers bewitched by the devil and become its minions? Finally, where will the gate of hell open, in the capital Bolo, or somewhere else? Besides, Dilda talked eloquently, and Wayne asked curiously, I came here under orders, can the Pope also order us to reincarnate as angels? Let's not talk about orders. The Pope speaks nicely and does things quickly. He gives him enough face and dignity. Everyone stands on the united front against the devil and hell. This is the human world. There is nothing wrong with following his arrangements, Dilda explained. Road. Wayne nodded. It was different. A powerful dragon could not defeat a local snake. This was true. Moreover, these reincarnated angels came with a mission and left as soon as they were done. They never thought of staying in the human world, and it was meaningless to compete with the Pope for power. We all have the same but, so utilizing each other and cooperating for win-win results is the way to go. It's pretty good. It's better than the natural church anyway. Thank you for your hard work, Walking Lust. You came all the way to do this task. Tell me what I can do for you. As long as you can deal with the devil and it's within my ability, I'm willing to give you all the help except support, Wayne said generously. Wayne, stop acting. I'm not a walking lust. Don't make me angry with lies. Dilda smiled slightly. Before you say these words, you'd better take a look at your record. Every time the devil appears, you are the first one. By the time the papal delegation arrives, you have already rushed to the next devil. Is there a possibility that this is called a constitution, that I have a constitution that attracts the devil? Wayne suspected that all this had something to do with Heshino/Mona. He bathed in the Archangel's holy water and added a passive buff, so he would encounter devils wherever he went. Thinking about it, it doesn't feel very reliable. Before bathing in the holy water, he had repeatedly encountered ghosts, such as the blood tyrant of Dragonheart Island and the thousand-eyed demon of London. Seeing that Wayne didn't speak, Dilda's smile grew stronger. This time, Walking Lust and I came to Osteria because you are here. Our real goal is the Prussian capital borough. Bite. The reincarnated angel Dilda has sent you an invitation to form a team. Do you accept it? No need to think about it, I will definitely accept it. Wayne smiled bitterly. To be honest, if it is the devil, I have no reason to refuse, but I have said before that there is still a devil hiding in London. I have been out for a while, and I am eager to return to London to take charge. Why don't you discuss it with the Pope and send another reincarnated angel over? Didal smiled and said nothing. Wayne had great military exploits and it was impossible to refuse the invitation. He said this, but he already agreed in his heart. Oh, I am just too righteous. Wayne raised his head helplessly. He had been sworn in with gambling and drug addiction since he was a child, that is, the evil forces. He really couldn't refuse. He knew that this trip was very dangerous, but he couldn't even find a decent excuse. Wayne, don't worry, it won't take long. Dilda said, the main purpose of our trip is to investigate. If there is a war, the Papal State will not just send me and Walking Lust here. What about secondary? When you encounter the devil's container, kill it easily. When you encounter the hidden danger of the gate of hell, clean it up. In short, nip the upcoming big crisis in the cradle. Isn't this just starting a war? Wayne curled his lips and admitted that the Papal State's arrangements were very appropriate, and his prudent ideas coincided with his. There is already a world war, and the people are already in dire straits, and they cannot let hell get involved, causing the crisis to further escalate. The root cause of most wars revolves around resources. The God's choice continent is so big. Some have overcapacity, some have insufficient production capacity, and resources are unevenly distributed throughout the country. Every once in a while, wars must be used to sign new treaties and establish a new order. Wayne has no way to change this. What he can do is to prevent church forces, such as the natural church, from adding fuel to the fire. Furthermore, prevent the gates of hell from opening. I'll join you on a trip to Burrow. Wayne frowned and thought, if he met the mustached leader during this trip, would he kill him or not? Under the big tree, Hea nodded after hearing this. Although Wayne was annoying and looked unhappy everywhere, there was no doubt about his attitude towards the devil. He was an excellent and qualified reincarnated angel. Dilda was overjoyed. That's great. With you joining us, this trip will definitely. Okay, that's it for now. I still want to go back to my hometown and get married after this battle. You can't curse me, Wayne interrupted directly, not giving Deardari a chance to raise a flag. He continued, regarding the investigation, do you have any plans, or does the Papal State have an informant in Prussia? The Heavenly Father's Holy See has eyes all over the chosen continent, and Prussia is no exception. The Papal State has provided several important clues. We just need to go over and verify them. Dilda pretended to be relaxed. If it were so simple, the people below would have settled it long ago. There is no need for the reincarnated angel to personally take action and deploy high-end combat power. There will definitely be a tough battle. Just in case. You don't mean what you say. Wayne rubbed his temples, mentally prepared for a tough battle, and then said, when are we going to set off? I still have some things to deal with here. If you don't mind, please wait for a few days. I didn't ask this. Dilda was about to agree, but turned to look at Hea. Walking Lust, what do you think? Walking Lust had nothing to say, and the two of them took it as her consent. Etc. Just as Wayne was leading the two secretaries away, Hea suddenly spoke up and came to Wayne with a frown. There is one thing I care about. Devil, can you open your mouth and let me see your tongue? Wayne, W. Asshole, what's that expression on your face? It's my turn to say this. Your tongue is a private part, so you can't show it to others. Stop talking nonsense to me. I want to study the stigmata and see who you are in heaven. Another day, another day. Wayne waved his hand and walked away with the two secretaries, completely giving Hea no chance to see the truth. His stigmata comes from Heshino, and the archangel personally stamps it. As long as he insists that he is named Heshino in heaven, others will believe it even if they don't believe it. This is a status symbol. Also, because his status is too high, he can draw hatred towards the devil accurately. Wayne does not want to expose his identity and make himself uncomfortable. Pretending is also cost-effective. It doesn't matter if you don't pretend to be pretentious. Looking at Wayne's back as he strode away, Hea lowered her head and cursed a few bastards. Dilda frowned and said, Hea, is his status in heaven important? You seem to care about it very much. Why, don't you care about my walking lust now? Well, it was because Wayne was here just now and we asked him to join the investigation team, so we followed his wishes. In fact, I respect you very much, Dilda said seriously. Hea shook her head slightly, regardless of whether what Dilda said was true or false. The same sentence walking lust differs from person to person. When it is said from Dilda's mouth, it sounds completely different to Hea's ears than when it is said from Wayne's mouth. Looking into the reasons, Wayne invented this title. She took a deep breath. Just let me tell you. Don't spread it to the Papal States. I may have guessed who he is. Who is it? Can't say. The scheming peacemaker was muttering in his heart, trying to draw Wayne back so that he could talk to Hea again. On the other side, Wayne led his two secretaries to wander on the street. Seeing that Wayne was not heading towards the Church of Nature headquarters, Odelia reminded him, "Boss, you are going in the wrong direction." "Yes, this is the road. There is a luxury store in front of it. I have investigated it. Buying gifts for the saint and the Pope." Odelia felt a little sad. Wayne's love for the two beauties was beyond words. Originally, she could do it, but because she signed the contract with the vengeful spirit, the relationship was not equal, so she could only stand on the sidelines and envy them. "No, the gift is for you," Wayne said. "Ah." Odelia was slightly startled and said subconsciously, "Where are the saint and the Pope? Do you want to buy them a copy?" "Odelia, you didn't have any other boyfriend before me, so you look like you've been played by a scumbag." "You're so skilled at it," Wayne complained. "Because my boyfriend is a very high-ranking scumbag. One of them is worth 10. After all, I have been played with my feelings by 10 scumbags," Odelia also complained. As expected, Wayne asked for a few days of waiting, and the expenses would be spent on Anastasia and Senna. "It makes sense, I can't even refute it." Wayne touched his head and said, "Whatever you think, anyway, you and Regina will follow me on this trip to Bologna. Anna and Senna can't get along with me day and night." Speaking of this, Wayne couldn't help but add, "Sometimes you think too much. If you really want to talk about the relationship between superiors and subordinates, they have no autonomy. You should learn from Senna. She never cares about this. Just be happy and that's it." Odelia nodded, "Maybe. They have different personalities and different ways of handling things. After all, Odelia is not Senna. The artistic girl has some of the problems of the literary youth. Unlike Senna, she will work hard to achieve her goal." "Boss, do I have a gift too?" Regina asked curiously. She wanted a new bag. "Today is Odelia's special sale. I will buy it for you when I get back to London." Eccentric. Regina looked disappointed and tried to make Odelia happy by humiliating herself. As a secretary, Odelia's status in Wayne's mind was much higher than hers. The effect was very bad. It would have been fine if she didn't speak. As soon as she spoke, Odelia was no longer sleepy. "Boss, buy a gift for Regina too." "No, the meaning of this gift is different. Anna and Senna don't have it." "You should think carefully before you speak," Wayne said speechlessly. "That's right, think it through first." Regina's eyes widened. "She was kind enough to help you, why did you repay her with enmity? What's that look in your eyes? I wronged you, didn't I?" Wayne patted Regina's head and felt offended. "You want a gift, but I won't give it to you. You're too ugly." X2. Regina didn't believe it. She thought she looked okay. Odelia didn't believe it either. Regina was ugly. Including her, the female candidates who participated in the selection of the saint last year could not be considered beauties. "Let's go, starting from the first store in front, and kill all the way to the end of the street." Wayne did not answer. Generally speaking, a little beauty like Regina is not ugly at all. But who made her name have the word NA in it? Philomena, Senna, Anastasia, plus Mona, who became more and more beautiful after awakening, and suddenly there was a Regina, and the car logos with the word NA depreciated. 2 days later, in the chapel, Dilda and Hea saw Wayne, who had finished gathering strength. As Odelia guessed, Wayne spent the rest of his time practicing physical skills with the saint and the Pope in addition to reading books. One is the saint of the dark church, and the other is the Pope of the natural church. They are old enemies who have been tit for tat for years. They can't help but say a few words to each other when they lie side by side. This combination is too sweet. Hea frowned when she saw the two secretaries behind Wayne. "Devil, are you sure you want to take them with you?" "Well, it's convenient to consolidate my playboy persona and let the enemy relax their vigilance. I'm not an agent." At first glance Wayne was surrounded by women and smiled like a winner in life. The two secretaries also pretended to be shy and punched Wayne's chest. Haya said it was embarrassing to watch, and Dilda said embarrassedly, "Wayne, there are many ways to let the enemy relax their vigilance. If you lack a female companion, you can let the walking lust play your secretary. There is no need to put them in danger. Boy, you pushed the angel into the fire pit. You have learned the true teachings of Huang Zhen and made the road wider." Wayne was about to complain when he saw Haya frowning, as if thinking seriously. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, "No, her figure is too obscene. To play her boss, I have to dye my hair white and sit in a wheelchair, which is not convenient for investigation work." Similar to a 20-year-old programmer, he has seen too many of them before. Haya gritted his teeth for a while, and Dilda wiped the sweat from his head. Indeed, these two people can't get together. They started fighting before the investigation started. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's very dangerous. Think about it again." "Don't think about it. My secretary is not an ordinary person. Look, with them around, I can play the devil more like a devil." Wayne raised his mouth meaningfully. "Do you still need to act? If you restrain yourself, you will be a qualified devil." X2. Dilda looked at the two secretaries in Wayne's arms. There was nothing special about them except that they were young and beautiful. He suppressed his doubts and took out the fake ID from his arms. "Barrow is the Prussian headquarters, and the surveillance is very strict. This is the new identity prepared for you by the Papal States. I'm sorry that your two secretaries are not here." "It's okay, I've prepared it here." Wayne shrugged and burned the certificate handed by Dilda. In the past 2 days, Senna arranged 3 new identities. He, Odelia, and Regina are all the black flags of Old Prussia. Oh, Regina doesn't need to be arranged either. Seeing Wayne take out 3 new certificates, Dilda was a little dumbfounded. "Aren't you going to carry out the mission with us? One in front and one behind, one in the light and one in the dark. If you are exposed, you can help me attract firepower so that I can continue the investigation," Wayne said skillfully. Professional. Of course, otherwise how could I repeatedly repel the devil?" Wayne stared at Dilda and Haya. "You two are too ostentatious. I am extremely insecure when I go with you, which is not conducive to the investigation. I also hope that you two can be more restrained and keep in mind the original intention of keeping a low profile. Please rest assured, we have received professional training in the Papal States and know what agents should and should not do." Dilda raised his hand and wiped his face, turning into an ordinary face. "The Papal States also teaches this." Wayne's eyes lit up. "It doesn't look like divine magic. It is worthy of being the #1 force in the God-chosen continent. It has all kinds of skills and is almost catching up with Hawaii." April 4, 5 p.m. 2 black cars drove into the Prussian capital of Borough one after another. Wayne is more than 500 kilometers away from Borough. Taking a plane is the best choice. Out of caution, they unanimously rejected the plane and chose to drive on the road. The driver of the first car is Dilda, and Haya is studying makeup in the back seat, trying to make herself look more ordinary. In the second car, the driver was Regina. Wayne and Odelia were in the back seat, talking sweetly to each other and feeding Regina with dog food. The scene on the streets of Berlin was completely different from what Wayne had imagined. Influenced by the movies and TV shows of his previous life, he thought that during the war, Berlin was full of weapons and horses, with barbed wire everywhere, a guard every 3 steps, a sentry every 5 steps, tanks on the ground, planes flying in the sky, and the SS arresting people everywhere. However, it was not the case. During the war, Berlin was peaceful, shops were prosperous, and people were surging. There were no tanks on the road, but there were many trams. You can still see fishermen by the river. Hot knowledge: during the war, Berlin implemented an 8-hour work system. Even if there was fighting outside, it would not affect the military factory to shut down the power switch on time. If you feel that you are carrying a heavy load, don't think about it, there must be someone riding on your neck to live a peaceful life. Berlo is like this. She can live a peaceful life because of the large amount of materials looted from the occupied areas. Of course, she also had bad times. For example, a few years ago, a loaf of bread cost 500,000 marks, and people went to the bar to listen to speeches. After arriving in Borough, Wayne asked Regina to slow down the car, and finally found a hidden corner to throw the car away. The car door was not locked, and the key was still there. It would not be long before a kind passerby would drive the car home and take good care of it. Strict, upright, and not picking up things on the road are all stereotypes of Prussians. Wayne led 2 secretaries and wandered around the streets, and chose a high-end hotel. Boss, I am very unhappy when you say that. Regina was dissatisfied. Just pat your head. Wayne rubbed his head, patted Regina's shoulder, and asked her to get a room. Wayne's Windsor's and Frankish are very fluent, and he can read and write like a local, especially the Romantic Frankish, which is so authentic. Prussian and the official designated language of Ross are relatively average, and he can speak, but it is more difficult to read and write. Later, he studied in Senna and Anastasia's room and mastered these 2 foreign languages. Interest is the best teacher, this is so true. Soon, Regina opened the room. Wayne is a person who is looking for relatives from other places. He has a lot of money and takes 2 secretaries with him wherever he goes. This is the character setting arranged by Senna for him. It fits his lifestyle very well. He can be substituted into it by restraining himself. The suite is on the 3rd floor and has 2 bedrooms. Seeing Odelia being hesitant, Regina took the initiative to speak for her and hummed, "I am used to being alone. I will suffer from insomnia if there is someone beside me, so I will occupy a bedroom alone. You go to sleep with the boss and consolidate his personality." How embarrassing. Odelia staggered and didn't agree, waiting for Wayne to speak. "You said you can't sleep, so you can't sleep. Are you the boss or am I the boss?" Wayne stood by the window. "You 2 sleep in the same room. I observed the stars before coming. There will be a big battle on this trip. I need to conserve my energy. If someone checks the room in the middle of the night, you 2 can get into my bed again." Odelia's beating heart immediately turned cold. She glared at Regina and blamed her for talking nonsense. Regina rolled her eyes and asked curiously, "Boss, aren't we going to the church? Are we still going to do the mission? We can't go now. Let those 2 guys go first and see if there are any traps." Wayne explained, "When I was doing a mission in a church before, the Archbishop took the initiative to surrender to the devil and was willing to become the devil's claws in the world. Although it was just a special case, it also proved that the Heavenly Father Church has all kinds of stuff. The Prussian high-level officials have mastered the devil's container. I don't trust the local clergy in Borough and don't want to appear in the same frame with them." "Is it true, boss? I thought you would try your best to keep a distance from Miss Hay," Regina exclaimed. "I kept it. I mean close the distance. Regina, you've been a little itchy lately. You weren't like this before. People always grow up." Regina sighed. "Don't be so funny. Take a break and get some energy. Come with me for a walk tonight." Wayne took out a map from his arms. On the map, there was a red dot that was quite eye-catching. The new Imperial Chancellery.